by 3 now. Outside of that, Shut Up Michael, the Irish is fast. Our Valley's next to the inside with Lapis Lazuli. That one is fourth and about 6 lengths out of it, 2.5, 3 clear from Mongolian B. And the one in last is King of the Kids, looking to win 2 in a row from 10 out of it as they approach the top of the stretch. Daylor, Betios, Lopez, and this filly Knowles Angel. They are still far, far clear. That lead is about 6. Shut Up Michael is next. Then we come to Our Valley. Not today for Mongolian B. King of the Kids is finishing very fast, but has a tall task ahead of him to catch this fast filly. Knowles Angel, who's slowing down. Here comes the King, but it's going to be too late, and Knowles Angel soars into the winner's enclosure. And they're racing. That firster, Anne Ali, has terrific early speed and immediately zooms to the lead. It's So Funny in second. In third is Strabella, that's the gray, engaging to the inside of I'm So Funny. And the one in last is Dropped Cold. Already 8 from front to back as Alonso Quinones takes a tight hold on the fast filly, Annalie. And she leads it by 4. It might be an ever widening 4 into the far turn. Strabella's next to the inside of I'm So Funny, and Dropped Cold has dropped out 15 lengths from it. Anne Ali 5. Kelsey all over I'm So Funny. Harry all over Strabella, and Alonso Quinones now niggles at this first-time starter, Anna Lee, and she still leads it clearly as they head for home. Anna Lee with those blue blinkers in front. I'm So Funny and Strabella in their own personal match race into the final furlong. Anna Lee is slowing down, but doing so with a 4-length advantage. Strabella second, I'm So Funny third, but Anna Lee, just one look. That's all it took for Anna Lee. Put a Q around race 2. And they're racing. Slow beginning for Noble Pursuit at 9-5. Between runners, Super Wise has some early speed, but so does Mountain Pine. And at 8-1, Mountain Pine and Eduardo Gallardo, they get down to the inside and they lead by 2. In second is Super Wise, a recovering Noble Pursuit, just off the heels of Super Wise in Tightly, and now overtaken by the 8-year-old War Chest, who's a joint second. After that, we have King Nate, 5th, but a very close 5th, and about 1, maybe a half now clear from Of Good Report. The one in last is Nacho S. So 9 lengths covers them as they head up the Canterbury Park barn side in race 3. And Mountain Pine trying to climb to the top of the mountain at 8-1. Super Wise between them. War Chest on the 3-wide side. Noble Pursuit, that 8-year-old, is right behind the leaders and about 2 lengths from the front. Nowhere to go. Mountain Pine cuts. After that, Of Good Report, 5 out of it. Harry shoving on that one. King Nate needs to do more. Likewise for Nacho S. Mountain Pine, Super Wise. Outside War Chest. Noble Pursuit begging for the light of day, but is losing touch with Mountain Pine. And now Noble Pursuit has ample opportunity on the inside if good enough. Super Wise to the outside of Mountain Pine. And then we come to Of Good Report, who just angled to the outside. Mountain Pine trying to go wire to wire. Mountain Pine, Super Wise, Noble Pursuit. Here it is! Mountain Pine gamely held on. racing. Martini Blue comes out fast from the 8th spot, but so does Don't Box Me In. And Don't Box Me In and Martini Blue are going quickly. Don't Box Me In tightly off the heels of Martini Blue. And outside of that is Fury Cap looking to win 2 in a row. And they have run 5 lengths clear from the rest of the field. Moon Connection stretching out for the first time, trying to win 2 in a row, 7 out of it, and about 5 clear from Spirit of Spoetti. That one is to the inside of Calzone. Well strung outfield, hot early pace between 9 and 10. After that, we have Line to Gain, about 13 lengths from the lead, 2.5 clear from Barnfield, being pushed on with a half mile to go. Cuz Vinny's a Canuck, second last, and Ghost Stalker stalks from 18 lengths out of it. Still not much gives between Fury Cap and Martini Blue, and Fury Cap kicks away by 2. Fury Cap says, come and catch me if you want to win race 4. Martini Blue spinning his wheels. Everybody else is a mile out of it. Calzone, Cuz Vinny's a Canuck, Don't Box Me In, along with Line to Gain, who's running on, and they're chasing Fury Cap, who leads it by 7. Martini Blue still in second by a mile. After that is Calzone. On the inside is Line to Gain. Outside, Cuz Vinny's a Canuck, but it is Fury Cap and Daylor Barrios Lopez absolutely dominating with a football field to go, and Fury Cap is gone. 10-5-7 in race 4. And they're racing, and they've broken a line. Vlach from the wide side outbroke the field, but the bookender, Incredible Bill, takes the lead, runs away by 1. Star of Stars takes up the running in second, cuts that lead to a neck. Vlach re-engages to the outside of New Dice. Nearly 4 in a line into the far turn, but AC Doocy separate themselves now. Then we come back to Risky Situation, to the inside of Grunder, who is not strictly the one to catch. 6 from front to back, off the far turn they go. And it's Incredible Bill to the inside of Star of Stars, and New Dice is a menacing presence on the 3 wide side. And they are 7 clear from Risky Situation and Grunder, and Vlach goes back to last. And now they head for home. Incredible Bill is 1 to 5, and he's in an all-out battle, but he's edging clear. It is Incredible Bill who was fending the challenges of Star of Stars, and now he has to deal with New Dice, who's on a roll. New Dice, Incredible Bill. New Dice fails to go 7 out and wins. 5-1-4 in race 5. Racing, Ghost of Genevieve very fast out of the gate. Ghost of Genevieve, Ellie's Lil Diva, they show the best speed. Then it's Give 'em Shade to the inside of Picaflor. After that, Joe Mama Sassy, 5 behind the Ghost, and about 5 clear from Balimos. The field is covered by 9, and up goes Ellie's Lil Diva. And Ellie's Lil Diva and Barajas take the lead by a length and change. In second, Ghost of Genevieve, Joe Mama Sassy, 3 lengths from the front. After that, it's about 2.5 to Balimos running by Give 'em Shade, and Picaflor would have to win from 10 out of it. Ellie's Lil Diva 2. Ellie's Lil Diva 2 on Ghost of Genevieve, bet down to the 8-5 favorite. And Said Duo is 9 clear from Joe Mama Sassy. Then it's Balimos, and they head for home. Ellie's Lil Diva with those shades to the inside. Ghost of Genevieve trying to pass her to the outside. 3 and 4. Locked in battle with a football field to go. Ghost of Genevieve. Ellie's Lil Diva fights back diligently on the inside. Here it is. Ellie's Lil Diva looking good in them shades. And there you go. It's Me was off 2 steps slowly. Not the case for Grace Alace, and Grace Alace is trying to provide the field with no mercy. Grace Alace has the lead and picks up the tempo as they corner. Outside of that is Honey Crisp. Honey Crisp cuts that lead to a half, and now to a neck, and now to a nose, and 4 and 6. They do battle around the turn. Right behind them, Summer Fireflies. Northern Charmer is 4 lengths from the front. After that, It's Me, about 5 out of it to the inside of O.D. Zan Baby. And the one in last is Diggs 1, 10 lengths from the front. Very reasonable pace being established by 4 and 6. Grace Alace to the inside of Honey Crisp. Summer Fireflies and Lopez just biding time, waiting for room to the inside of Northern Charmer. After that, we have Diggs 1 out of last and on the move. Then we come back to O.D. Zan Baby, and still nothing from actually Diggs 1 in last. It's Me is the one in fourth. And up top, Grace Alace continues to slug it out with Honey Crisp, who's trying to be the apple of everybody's eye. Outside of that is Summer Fireflies, and they head for home, chasing Grace Alace. Outside, Summer Fireflies, Diggs 1 from the back of the pack, and It's Me is a beaten favorite. Summer Fireflies at 2.5 to 1. Summer Fireflies saved her best for last and wins. 1-4. And they're racing. Charismo was off a little slowly. Not the case for Western Charm, and Western Charm heads north with a 1.5 length lead. Jamaica Mistaka takes up the running in second. Tap That Dial, the heavy favorite, is on the move, and Tap That Dial is closing into Western Charm's leading margin. Not a Dance is next to the inside. After that, He's Connected, 8 lengths from the front. Then we come back to Charisimo losing ground, and Furlough Fit is far out of it. It is Western Charm attacked by Tap That Dial. It's the favorite to the outside of Western Charm at 4.5 to 1, and they're locked in battle with a 1/4 mile to go, and they have gone 5 lengths clear from Jamaica Mistaka and Not a Dance, and here they come. Tap That Dial slowly edging away from Western Charm. Not a Dance and Salt to the outside, trying to be a little spicy like pepper. We have 3 in a line. Not a Dance refuses to do the moonwalk and wins.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as the lovely Carrie Hinsley leads us in our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched, we're so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
And a good afternoon and welcome to beautiful Canterbury Park here in Shakopee, Minnesota, under mostly sunny skies. The main track is fast, and the turf? If you'll get your programs ready, we will go through the balance of changes on this 9-race program. In race number 1, scratch number 1, Kamikaze Blue. Race 1, take out the 1. With that scratch, there is no superfecta wagering in the lid lifter. No changes in race 2. Race 2, no changes. Onward to race 3. 3 defections in the third. Take out number 3, Shabam. 4, Marina's Gold. And 8, Obabe. Race 3, scratch 3, 4, and 8. Race number 4, just 1 scratch in our 4th race. In race 4, take out the 4, 21 and change. That's the race 4. The 4 is out. Race 5 starts the 50 cent. Pick 5 with a 10% takeout, nation low. Pick 5 starts with no changes in the 5th race. Race 6 starts the late pick 4. In the 6th race, we have a couple of scratches. Take out number 2, Push Through, and number 6, Eisenstadt. 2 and 6 out of the 6th. Moving to race number 7. 3 more defections in the 7th. Take out the 5, Tactical Attack, the 6, Spiteful Sam, and the 7, Tap to the Max. Race 7, scratch 5, 6, and 7. With those scratches, no superfecta wager. No super in the 7th. And the final scratch on tonight's card happens in race number 8. Take out the 4 to Zona. Race 8, scratch 4. With that scratch, no superfecta wager in the 8th race. Race 9 is free and clear of changes. It's fast, it's firm. And remember, on this July 3rd, lines might get a little long as the night progresses. Plan accordingly. We hope you enjoy not just the racing, but the spectacular fireworks that are coming. Right now, to the Press Box studio, Jeff Madej and Angela Herman.
Well, thanks, Kevin. And yes, here we are in the First Bet studio. Jeff Madej, Angela Herman, 9 races, 5 of them on the grass. I hope those of you gathered here are ready to have a good time, because you're going to. This is one of the best nights of racing all summer long. Ange, let's have some tips, though, because Kevin mentioned that it's going to be busy, and it is going to be busy. It's already bustling.
Right.
How do people navigate their way through the day?
Well, there's a couple of ways that you can get through the day with a little bit less pain, I guess you would say, with how many people are going to be in the building. Do things early. Make sure that you get in line early if you want to bet, that you get your food as soon as you're hungry. Don't wait. Don't hold it off. And really, some of the best times are immediately after a race or sometime when there's a bigger gap in the program. But really, just take your time. You're going to need it. Get there early, decide early, and if you don't have the First Bet app, now would be a great time to wake it back up or get yourself on there, because you can use that in the building from your seat. We have wireless internet here. You can use that. Don't have to hop in line. You don't get shut out. Just make sure that you have everything in order for that so that you can make your bets from your spot and not have to worry about the whole thing. We have plenty of food options around the building, lots of places to get a drink, stay hydrated, stay cool, come inside for breaks, and enjoy your day, because this is one of the funnest that we put on all summer long.
First Bet app is one of your best sneaky picks here for the people. And if you don't have one, go down to the information center on track level, find T-Pop, tell her Angela sent you, and get signed up, because here's why it's so great. You can get in line to get your food or your beer, and you can make bets at the same time. So it's not 2 lines. You've made it into 1 line. You bet on your phone. Your money's there. You can cash out at the end of the night. Fantastic. But find the sneaky good places. You know, you can go see Derek and Chip's Bar if you're at least 18 years old.
Derek
Stop
and
in
Michelle,
there.
come go say
Exactly.
hi.
Yeah, so
pour a
there's
good
a
drink.
lot of places that you can find that'll make life easy for you here. But it's going to be a great time. Just do things a little bit earlier than you normally would, because it's well worth waiting for what is the best fireworks show in the entire state of Minnesota, if not east of the Mississippi.
Yes, no lie in that. It really is everything that we make it out to be. It's a lot of fun. You can see it all set up out there. There's a lot that we're working with. They put on a good soundtrack for it. Everybody gathers around, and it's a great way to end our night and to start the holiday. I mean, tomorrow, go do it again. Go do it wherever you choose with your family. But tonight, we thank you for joining us here and sticking around for that extravaganza that's coming up after our 9 races.
Up next, Today at the Races with Kevin Gorg and Paul Ellen. They'll be in the paddock. You're going to want to join them.
Hey, welcome to Canterbury Park and an early happy 4th of July. Happy Independence Day to all of you. I'm Paul Allen, joined by Kevin Gorg, and this is Today at the Races. 9 from Canterbury Park. Those here in Shakopee, welcome. And those watching abroad, have fun with our card this evening. Some bountiful wagering opportunities are in front of us, specifically with some of these turf races. That, however, on track is not the A topic. We hope you hit pick 4s, pick 5s, and all your win bets. But being kind to your fellow patron tonight, when the heat index is 101 or whatever it is, and it's going to be congested, and the concession lines can get a little long. Any suggestions? And good afternoon.
Good afternoon, PA. Yeah, it's just one of those nights where you have to bring your patience. It's going to be a great night. The fireworks here are literally spectacular. That's really a big part of the draw for most of the fans that come out. We'll have between, 14 and 18,000 fans when the dust settles tonight. But just understand when you're heading to the betting line or to get a bit of food or a beverage that you're going to have to plan a little more time. Maybe divide and conquer, have one person make the bets, have another go get the Bo Diddley sandwich or the slice of pizza and pasta. Yeah. The beauty of Canterbury is it's a facility that was built for 25,000 people, so we can handle this tonight. But there are some cool ideas, like out here in the paddock. We've got shaved ice, we've got some corn dogs, we've got some food trucks. Plan it out accordingly. Have some fun with it, but like PA said, be nice to others. It'll all work out in the end.
Now, we no longer have Bet Canterbury. For those of you who haven't been here in a year, betcanterbury.com. Angela and Jeff just talked about it. It behooves us to re-inform you or inform those who may not know about First Bet and betting through First Bet on an evening like this. How does it work?
Well, all you have to do is download the First Bet app, and then you can mesh in your financials to it. So what it means for you, the gambler, especially on a night like tonight, is you're never going to get shut out. Yep. You can put in what you want to wager. Whenever you win, whenever you're done, you can extract that money instantaneously, and it's all done on your device. We live in a world now, because we play DraftKings football or FanDuel golf. I mean, we know how to operate our devices for the most part. If you want to avoid those lines, if you're young and hip and with it and wow and ready for now, try the First Bet app. It is super simple. It is so much easier. So when they're 30 deep at the betting window and you've got an 8-1 that you have to bet, you don't have to sit in that line and hope you get there before the bell goes off and he says, and they're racing. You can get that bet in, sit down in your chair, get that cold beverage, and watch that 8-1 come flying down the Canterbury stretch.
I've never seen my man in front of us at the racetrack before. I don't know his name. However, he rolls in with a red, white, and blue logo with George Washington on it. He has a racing form, so he knows how to handicap. And he's so cocksure that he's going to hit a pick 5 or 4 for the right number tonight. He has an Ireland brochure, some type of travel to Ireland book with him. So I'm going to hit the pick 4 or pick 5. I'm so confident that it's going to happen. I'm going to figure out my itinerary for an Ireland vacation all in the same night. That's well done.
And it's pari-mutuel wagering, so he's taking Mouse's money, your money, and my money, and we're taking him to Ireland. Have a beer on us. Have a Guinness. Good for you, man. All right. That's awesome.
Let's see what we can do. Those of you new to Canterbury, what we do is we go through the top 3 horses we like in each race. If we are going to make win bets, generally we share that if we can remember. And at Canterbury, the main track is fast, turf is firm, people, turf is firm. Scratch number 1, Kamikaze Baloo in race number 1. No superfecta wagering in the first. 6-4-5 for me. Roll Gypsy Roll. That's KG selection.
Yeah, I like the 2. Gary Shear's done such a phenomenal job this year training. I mean, him and Nevada Litvin are the 2 trainers that are winning at around 30 to 35%, and almost none of their horses go favored. So kudos to those 2 barns. We've got a bunch of great trainers here, but Gary Shear's done a really good job. And so I like the 2 to come get them. Didn't get helped by the scratch of the 1. That's part of the pace. Don't love that. But the sneaky horse I'm going to try to get into the exacta is the 4, Princess of Malibu. In from Turf Paradise, off the layoff, ran a big second last year against Similar. I like the workout pattern for David Van Winkle. So I go 2, 4, and 6. I think 2 is the most likely winner. I'm going to try to get that 4 into the trifecta.
And with the 4, Princess of Malibu, at least she knows what the turf is. I mean, I took her second, and I almost picked her on top simply because she's run on the turf 9 times. Yep. I think the one of them is run on at once. You may have one or two turf starts combined from everybody in here, but at least she knows what the turf is. It's going to catch some off guard. Number 6, Ms. Callie is run on the turf. I take that one. I like her speed. And she puts the blinkers on for the thumbs up gang. For those new and they hear myself, you, Angela, or somebody sharing, so-and-so puts the blinkers on. What does that mean, and what is the expected impact?
Well, trainers are trying, they're the coach, right? They're trying to get extreme improvement from their equine athletes. And the blinkers are those cups you see around those eyes of the horses. And a lot of times when they go on for the first time, horses will jump out of there. They'll be less distracted. They'll focus on their task. And sometimes they just get the lead and they keep on going. So for a speed horse like this 6, if she's able to get loose with those new, the blinkers, the hood, she could be a real problem.
And those of you handicapping where you see morning workouts, if you see a race and then after the race, the next race, a horse has blinkers on, always look for a work before that race. See if it's faster than the previous works, because the indicator is that that the horse has blinkers on during that work, and potentially things got better. Race number 2, I pick at 4-6-2. Unleash the Beast is a Canterbury staple. This one is 6 for 19 at the distance, 9 for 22 at Canterbury, and this Jose Silva Jr. is on fire right now, and I just love when he wins races, his family comes into the winner's circle. It's very, very joyous. When the Beast is good, thank you, Mousy. When the Beast is good, he's really tough to beat. I take Unleash the Beast.
Yeah, I think I might end up being the town idiot, because all the handicappers I respect, you, Angela, Jay Litza in the Star Tribune, and of course our Super Stats Dave, our green sheet guy, all have Unleashed the Beast, and I went a different direction. I might have missed the boat here. I'll definitely use the 4 in my exotic wagers, but I've got the 1. I've got Club Mesquite, and Mesquite's a horse that's been primarily racing on the turf, and it hasn't gone well lately. But if I went back to her dirt races back in December and January at Turf Paradise, they were pretty good. In fact, they were good enough to win this race. A 70 buyer figure, Towers in this bunch. So I go 1, 2, and 4. The 4 is the horse to beat for sure, but beat nothing last time. I'll need to see that validated today at around even money.
Race number 3 to the firm turf course. Scratch numbers 3, 4, and 8. 3, 4, and 8 are out of race number 3. I pick at 7, 9, 10. Kind of fell into number 7, Dreaming Biz. I think Fast to Fortune is interesting. Swanage has that speed on the outside. I think that one is interesting. Overall, what's compelling to you about this race? And if you're playing that post time, pick 4, races 1, 2, 3, and 4. How many do you need here?
Well, I think this is one of the races where even though the field size isn't huge with the scratches, you're going to make a decision. Either spread here, you spread elsewhere. I spread elsewhere. I'm kind of bullish on the 9 here. I really like Fast to Fortune. This horse has natural speed. 3rd time back on the course, in good form. And just ironically, this has nothing to do with the analysis, but the last 2 times this horse had the 9, well, it was the 9 hole, she won. So she seems to like it stalking from outside, which is the trip she's going to get today. I think the 1 is super interesting. Big advantage to be drawn inside. I only use 2 horses. I use the 1 and 9 here. I go 9, 1, 3, 7. I think this race, and the 3 is out, so I go 9, 1, and 7. I like my 2 horses.
Yep, and with Dreaming Biz, got one off the layoff, and ran pretty good. I went back and watched the race. It really wasn't anything, outstanding. Knowles Angel, the runner-up in that race, came back and beat the boys. Beat the boys yesterday. So comes out of a live race here. But Dreaming Biz knows how to win on the turf, likes the Canterbury turf, and Joel Burnt trained horses get better start by start. So I'm going to try that one in race number 3. Now the 4th race is super cool. Scratch number 4, 21 and change. Only 6 battle, but I love races that A, are on the turf, B, this is a turf sprint, but the cast of veterans in here is quite impressive, where you have Samurai Mike the 2, that one's 8, 5, 6, and 7 are all 6 years of age. But number 1, Giant Gamble, is 11 years old.
He's so cool.
We've seen him run. We've seen him run here for 8 or 9 years, and the old guy still finds a way to stay competitive and make some money. So first race for Giant Gamble, first race here at Canterbury on the turf. 3rd since May, since basically we opened. He's been at Prairie Meadows for a couple. He's going to jet out of the gate on the inside, and he's going to show speed as far as he can take it. But this 11-year-old's a super cool horse. I picked him second. I took number 6, A Rose and Wine, to win.
Yeah, Rose and Wine is the mare taking on the boys. So, and it's always cool when trainers do that. And boy, does she love our turf course. 8 starts on it, 5 wins, 2 seconds, and a third. However, if she gets overbet, and there are a lot of handicappers on her, if she's not at least 3-1, I'm out as far as win bets go. And if Samurai Mike, the 2-horse, drifts up, I'm in. So I like the 6, but I think the 2 is very, very dangerous late. And oh, by the way, Nevada Litvin just continues to train winners at prices. So I go 6, 2, and 3, and I'm going to watch that tote board.
Yeah, and with Samurai Mike, you have a horse who has won basically half his races on the Canterbury Turf Course. He's an 8-year-old, so yeah, sometimes it just takes the old guys a little while to get going. And the fact that he had his race off the layoff, the reason I didn't take Samurai Mike is 21-2, 44. And he's coming from the back of the pack, so he was just kind of 2-3 lengths off the entire way. There was no real pop to him. What do you think the running style will be today?
Oh, he'll be off the pace, but he'll be closer. Remember, that was significantly tougher competition. Bodenheimer, who's going to run later today, would have been 1-5 in this field. So the drop-in class, I think, puts him a little closer. They went super fast last time. Nobody was catching Bodenheimer. He'll be sitting in that pocket, probably 2, 3, 4 lengths off it. And if the 1 becomes a problem for the 6, I think that horse kind of holds the key to the pace. The 6 wants to be out there alone. If she doesn't get loose, then the 2 is going to come rolling.
In race number 5, we with first leg of the pick 5. So we have 9 races, which means the pick 5 is going to begin with race number 5. And there will be a prohibitive favorite in here, number 3, going at it. I picked against the horse. I took Cal L. The 4, there's nothing super special about the 4. The horse kind of runs the same race every single time. I'm astounded. The morning line in a small field of even money doesn't offend me. This horse has never been closer than 7.5 lengths. And now all of a sudden we're going to get 4 to 5 for that tonight. And he ran at Canterbury, and sure, he ran 3rd. But the final time for his race was like 141 and change, 142. I think this race is wide open. Be careful with number 2, went over Wyatt. This one bobbled at the start last time, recovered, and showed terrific speed. I'm just going to try Cal L simply because I know what I'm going to get from the horse. It might not be enough to win, but I'm not going to get super exotic in here, 4-3-2.
Yeah, I'm only using 2 on my pick 5, and I'll go over my entire ticket tonight. It's a $64 ticket. I think we have a real chance to hit for $500, $600, $700 tonight. I like the 3 and the 4, and I agree with you on the 3. The horse, though, has been facing open company, and it's Joel Burnt back in against Minnesota breds. I think the horse is going to show much more speed. I do think the 2 gets the lead, but I think the 3 presses it, and then it'll depend on how quick the 3 can dispose the 2, if he can. But if it takes him a while and they grind together, I think Troy Bethke's horse, the 4, and Lindy Wade, who just seems to know how to wait till the right moment to close. I love watching Lindy ride.
Like that last race last night?
Awesome. Yeah. Like how he did that. Like he waits. He reminds me a little bit of Pat Day in his prime, where you think he's done in mid-stretch, and he's always got just a little more juice. Yeah. Watch out for that here, because this 4 is going to make an imprint in the stretch. And if I'm using these 2 on my pick 5 and the 3 is even money and the 4 is 4-1, clearly I'll be cheering for the 4.
And that example that Kevin gave, going to race number 6, scratch numbers 2 and 6, race 6, scratch 2 and 6, that example Kevin gave about the clock in the head for the riders, it truly is a gift, because to have the clock in the head, you can't have the panic gene. That they don't go together. If you panic, well, then your clock's broken, because you're letting circumstances around you dictate the overwhelming nature of what you knew coming into the race. Is I'm going to, unless they get stupid out there in the lead, I'm going to sit, go. Well, jockey Jermaine Bridgemahan on the Canterbury Turf Course, he's about as good at doing that exact maneuver, being patient, not panicking, and popping. Doesn't always win. Who was that Mac Robertson horse? Something rough shot, or like?
I know what you're saying. I know
heavy favorite. Always getting beat by 20 each race. Went to the turf, and I think Jermaine, and I know Jermaine pretty well, so I say this with respect. Is that time he sat too far back, waited too long. Yeah, pushed the button.
Couldn't get there.
Missed by like that much.
Yes.
But not every jockey's like that. And Lindy on the main track specifically, but the turf too, off what Kevin said. But Jermaine Bridgemahan is like that. And Kevin likes number 3 in Esperado ridden by Jermaine Bridgemahan.
He's a great turf jockey, and I think he's going to get a really good trip here. The fact that Loring Park's the only horse to his left means he can show just enough speed to get that position, and then watch him on the turf. He is unafraid to go through tight spaces. He's unafraid to save a little ground. Jermaine's awesome. He rode at Woodbine back in the day, and anyone who's watched Woodbine up in Toronto knows those are big fields, big money purses, a lot of turf racing. I love the way he rides. Tuco Bay is the horse to beat. Love Tuco Bay. He's a super cool Minnesota bred. He always seems to fire. To me, though, the wild cards in this race are on the outside. The 8 and 9 both have speed to put themselves in position to win this horse race. Whoever can separate themselves between the 8 and the 9 has a chance to upset at a decent price. So I go 3, 5, 9, and 8, and I'll use all 4 on my pick 5.
Well, with Tuco Bay, the Minnesotan, this one's 8 years old, made hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's Minnesota Immortality, Tuco Bay. Erica can win this race. I mean, but the thing is I didn't take Tuco Bay, and I ended up with number 9, Astronomical, Kids Inheritance second, 9A1. There's just not an abundance of speed in here, right. And your horse in Esperado is going to be closer than some other horses. That's why I fell into Astronomical, who I know has early speed, but if you look back at his only turf race, A, it was a disaster, and B, it's the only time he's run on the turf. I mean, he was completely different last summer on the turf than the main track. I really, really like his last race. He lost to a Diodoro horse named Thought, and I mean, that Thought was super well meant. So I'm going to take Astronomical. If he handles the turf, I think Lopez and Da Silva Jr. win. 9, 8, and 1. 7th race begins the final pick 3, 3rd of July. The fireworks, 45 minutes, 50 minutes, 5-0 after the final race. Once they get the horses bedded down and get them all safe and stuff on the backside, then boom, let's let them fly. 7th race, scratch numbers 5, 6, and 7. Race 7, scratch 5, 6, and 7. No superfecta wagering in the 7th. I pick it 3, 8, 4. I really, really had a tough time with this race. Now, when I handicapped it, Spiteful Sam was in the race, and I almost took him first. But nevertheless, he was a very late scratch. Blame JD makes his turf debut. If this horse is sharp. I really like how he's running. If he handles the turf, he could be a handful. What do you make of Euromantic looking to win 2 in a row? I mean, we've seen Euromantic for years, but what the guy did last time, we've just never seen. I mean, he just popped. Mark the Moose has speed at which to run, looking to win 2 in a row, but that's a tough post to come from off the pace. Ship It Red comes out of great races, but I can't find his last win. I mean, I think it might have been 2 years ago. So with all that said, Bodenheimer seems to be the steadiest. That's why I took that one, 3-8-4. Why you like Bodenheimer?
Bodenheimer's supposed to win this race. I mean, if he's right now, and it sure looked like he was last time. Valerie Lund, tip of the hat to you, ma'am. This horse off the layoff, hadn't raced since December, and beat a really nice field and did so with veritable ease. If he doesn't bounce, and you're going to hear us talk about the bounce factor in horse racing, think of anybody, any athlete that goes out there. Golfer shoots 62 on a Thursday at the Rocket Mortgage. More often than not, they come back on that Friday and shoot like 73. It's called bounce. It's a regression to the mean. If he doesn't bounce, Bodenheimer's going to get the lead, and he's just going to say goodbye to this small field. But something tells me in a small field like this where the pace kind of gets muddied, he's going to have to work a little harder this time, and I think the 4 is dangerous, and I absolutely think the 9 from the outside of that attack post can get a chance. But someone's going to have to be brave enough early to challenge Bodenheimer. If no one goes with him, it's over. He's gone. So I go 3, 4, and 8, but this is one of those races where I think there is some sneakiness to it.
Race number 8, scratch number 4, Tizona. I like number 6, Mr. Who, quite a bit in here. If I can get 2 to 1 or higher, I'm definitely going to make a win bet. Mr. Who came out of a 6-horse race in the mud where he lost to Unified Dreams. I mean, that was a tough race. The muddy race before that, only 4 battled. He got the lead by himself and was able to call all the shots. And that win, that win was a little deceptive in that it was just way, way too easy for him. So he's probably somebody in between. But to win, you got to beat number 5, Optimal Courage, who's looking to win 3 in a row. And what makes this race intriguing is Optimal Courage is absolutely on paper a horse who should be favored, but that extra half furlong, going 6.5 furlongs, man, Optimal Courage is 0 for 2 at 6.5. What do you do?
I use both, and then I pray to God that Storm in Hong Kong, who's going to be sitting off the pace, rolling late, doesn't come and ruin my pick 5, because it's possible. Storm in Hong Kong is a major threat issue if they hook up. I think Optimal Courage can handle the distance. I think he's sharp right now, but I'm with you. I have always migrated to route horses cutting back at 6.5 with natural speed. I think Mr. Who is in a great spot to do the Jeff Madey press and pounce into the winner's circle. So I go 6, 5, and 2, and boy, do I fear the 2.
Now, the 9th race only has 6 battling. It's the race of the day. I mean, it's the race of the day simply because, like, Dr. Oscar is a familiar name to a lot of people who come to Canterbury. Minister of Soul. Deflator with Kelsey has made a lot of money. Central Park has also done damage here. Robertino Diodoro, just out of nowhere in the last on July 3rd, has something called Holding the Loot for Daylor Barrios Lopez, who won a couple of times yesterday. Then you get old Citrus Bay on the outside. Eduardo Gallardo third in the jockey standings. I mean, this is a very nice race.
You hit the nail on the head. It is the race of the day. And I saw the owner of number 1, Pete Matson, as I was coming down the escalator, he was going up, and that sure is a metaphor for something in life. And anyway, he goes, "You didn't pick my horse." And I said, "No, I think your horse is going to be in the mix." He goes, "It's your funeral, buddy." And I'm like, holy cow, the owner getting frontal on me.
Wow.
But here's the deal. Dr. Oscar, I love this horse. He's so fast. But bottom line is, Minister of Soul is going to be a pace problem. And I think at 6.5, if the 2 keeps him honest, I think the horses that can sit off the pace and pounce have a legitimate shot. So I think the 4 and 5 are the dangers. I go 4, 5, 1, and 2, and I think this race legitimately could fall to anybody, including the horse you mentioned, Deflator, who Mouse will have his last 20 on somewhere around 9 o'clock, hoping to God he's not going to be broke for the fireworks.
1, 2, 3 for me. Race 9 as easy as 1, 2, 3, and hopefully you have a very easy, comfortable, peaceful day at Canterbury Park. Once again, be patient and kind with your fellow patrons. Make your wagers for each race as early as possible, if at all possible, because we will have lines. The First Bet app, well, you can put money in it. You can bet. I mean, you're sitting right here taking in the pre-race show today at the races. You can make bets on races during the races just sitting right here, never having to deal with the lines. So be patient. Thank you very much for joining us at Canterbury. Live racing resumes following today on Saturday. And check out CanterburyPark.com to learn more about our concerts and everything we do here. For Kevin Gorg, I'm Paul Allen. Best of luck and happy 4th of July.
Welcome to the 3rd of July races. Our first of 9 will kick off in 6 minutes. And in the first race, please scratch number 1, Kamikaze Blue. With that scratch, we don't have superfecta wagering in race number 1, but it is the start of the 50-cent post-time pick 4. That's a 10% takeout wager, and it does start in this first race. Other wagering options are doubles, trifectas, exactas, and win place and show wagering. In the 6th race, your current favorite is 3-2, Ms. Callie.
All right, Canterbury faithful, time for that post-time pick 4. Welcome. Big fireworks later. We'll try to find some fireworks at the mutual windows on the early side of the card. Here in race 1, we're going to use 3 horses. I don't think there's any locks in this first race. 2, 4, and 6 all make sense to me. I'm on the 2, but as I mentioned in our Today at the Races program, I think the 4 is very sneaky, and which should be a fair price, especially in the pick 4. Leg 2, we're going to use 1, 2, and 4. I'm on the 1, Club Mesquite, at 9-2. No doubt Unleash the Beast is the horse to beat, but like I said, that was much softer competition. I'll need to see the Beast validate it today. The separator for us in this $27 ticket is race 3. We're not going to have the betting favorite. We're likely going to have a couple of price horses, but they're going to be the type of horses that turn this payoff into something pretty valuable if we can survive this leg. The 1, Rolling Blackout, will likely be around 4-1. The 9, Fast to Fortune, likely about the same. And I just like the speed that both these horses possess, and I like the post position for Rolling Blackout. If we're alive, we should be sitting on a decent score. In the final leg of this pick 4, 2, 3, and 6. I've got the mare, A Rose and Wine, the 6 on top, but I think the 2, Samurai Mike, for the red-hot Nevada Litvin, is a real problem in the stretch. So 2, 4, 6 with 1, 2, 4 with 1, 9 with 2, 3, 6. It's just a $27 investment. It pays hundreds, sometimes thousands. It's got that 10% takeout. You know it. Lowest takeout in the nation. Post-time pick 4 time is 2 minutes away. Good luck.
And the horses are approaching the starting gate. Fireworks follow the races. Pony rides and face painting for the kids happening right now up until 8 o'clock. Live music from Boogie Wonderland provided this evening. An evening responsible in part thanks to Apple Autos, Ashley Home Store, Continental Diamond, and Jim Beam. The first race is provided by Loeffler. That's the Upper Midwest's largest privately owned business technology and service provider. It is now post time for the first of 9 on the 3rd of July. Post time pick 4 each and every live racing day at Canterbury. 10% takeout, that's a nation low. Everybody around the country, everybody here in Shakopee, welcome to the show. And they're racing, slow beginning for Princess of Malibu. And Pat's Gal at 9-1 is the leading gal. Pat's Gal, Ms. Callie with those shades on. They travel in perfect harmony under the line for the first time. Princess of Malibu recovers to be 3 lengths from the front and to the outside of Highly Creative. Roll, Gypsy, roll at 3-2. The second choice behind Ms. Callie, who's favored 9 lengths from the lead. And the lead belongs to Pat's Gal by 1. In second is Ms. Callie. After that, Highly Creative, still waiting for the light of day. Princess of Malibu is headstrong and she wants to go. So it's a line of 3 with 4 furlongs to go. And the gray right behind the leading trio is Highly Creative. Roll, Gypsy, roll likes the skirmish, and everybody squabbling up front as she's set to come from behind about 9 lengths out of it. And Pat's Gal is retreating. Up goes Ms. Callie. Outside of that, Princess of Malibu, Highly Creative. Roll, Gypsy, roll is beginning to roll in ever so gradually. But Ms. Callie and Barajas, they're going to take some catching as they head for home. Ms. Callie opens up by 2. In second, Princess of Malibu, Highly Creative. Then it's Pat's Gal. Roll, Gypsy, roll is just too far back. Ms. Callie, the 6-5 favorite, jumping all over the place with a 2-length lead. Princess of Malibu just not good enough to get over the hump. And Ms. Callie looks pretty fine in those shades. Number 6, Ms. Callie ran first, 6-4-3-5 in race number 1. 136.97 is the final time. Welcome to our featured groups this July 3rd at Canterbury Park. We welcome the Kuklinski Party, the Wild Rose Hunter Jumper Derby, River Rush Farm, Stubby Langley 4th of July celebration, the Great Reagan Get-Together of 2023, Willer's Day at the Races, and Stargazer Farms Customer Appreciation Night. Welcome to Canterbury Park. And the first race is official. Quick Trip is a sponsor of racing at Canterbury. If you are a Quick Rewards member, sign up for a chance to win free fuel for a year or a $100 gift card right now. If you're not a Quick Rewards member, they can help you sign up at the Quick Trip table by the grandstand entrance. Once again, it's your opportunity, courtesy of Quick Trip, to win a year of free fuel or a $100 gift card. Thank you, Quick Trip. Race number 2 is courtesy of Apple Autos, the official vehicle supplier to Canterbury Park. Fast main track for race number 2. No scratches, no rider changes. The first race at Canterbury Park, the Them Bones Purse, goes to Ms. Callie. Got all the bones with Alfredo Barajas. Ms. Callie is owned by Silva Racing, and the winning trainer and leader of the Thumbs Up Gang, he is Miguel Angel Silva. Welcome to the show. And they're racing, slow beginning for Princess of Malibu. And Pat's Gal at 9-1 is the leading gal. Pat's Gal, Ms. Callie with those shades on. They travel in perfect harmony under the line for the first time. Princess of Malibu recovers to be 3 lengths from the front. And to the outside of Highly Creative. Roll, Gypsy, roll at 3-2. The second choice behind Ms. Callie, who's favored 9 lengths from the lead. And the lead belongs to Pat's Gal by 1. In second is Ms. Callie. After that, Highly Creative, still waiting for the light of day. Princess of Malibu is headstrong and she wants to go. So it's a line of 3 with 4 furlongs to go. And the gray right behind the leading trio is Highly Creative. Roll, Gypsy, roll likes the skirt. skirmish, and everybody squabbling up front as she's set to come from behind about 9 lengths out of it. And Pat's Gal is retreating. Up goes Ms. Callie. Outside of that, Princess of Malibu, highly creative. Roll, Gypsy Roll is beginning to roll in ever so gradually. But Ms. Callie and Barajas, they're going to take some catching as they head for home. Ms. Callie opens up by 2. In second, Princess of Malibu, highly creative. Then it's Pat's Gal. Roll, Gypsy Roll is just too far back. Ms. Callie, the 6-5 favorite, jumping all over the place with a 2-length lead. Princess of Malibu just not good enough to get over the hump. And Ms. Callie looks pretty fine in those shades.
Welcome out to the paddock. Happy 4th of July weekend as we have a nice card on hand tonight. The race procession starts with Morales getting it home for Miguel Angel Silva. Ms. Callie took some late money, was slightly favored, and she gets the cash. But tonight's a fun card, and we've got the fireworks after. We've got food trucks going. The crowd continues to come in. And make sure if you're going to play the pick 5, the pick 4 later, and you know who you're betting, get your bets in early. Download that First Bet app. Make the process a little easier for yourself. And know that when you go to get food and beverage, that our workers are doing everything they can to keep this thing going tonight. But it's going to be some long lines. You're going to need some patience. But we're going to make sure you're entertained the entire time. And let's make some money. Let's find some winners tonight. Let's get some value on that tote board and see if we can't send you home with not only a fireworks show, but a little extra cash in your pocket. With that in mind, race number 2, Claimers at a 1 mile distance. And another field that's not real big as far as the field size goes, but I thought there were at least some betting options. No doubt the favorite here is going to be the 4 Unleash the Beast, and you have to use that horse, but you don't have to bet the horse to win if the odds get too skinny, and right now they're flirting with those numbers. So I'm going to try something different. I'm going to try the 1 here, Club Mesquite. Now, we don't have a lot of dirt for him to go on, mainly turf races in the running lines recently, but if you go back to December and January out in Arizona at Turf Paradise, those dirt figures fit. Going to need some help because this horse doesn't have a ton of early speed, probably sits off the pace. But if somebody dares go with the favorite early, this horse should be in a good position to maybe upset the apple cart. I'm going to try something outside the box here. I'm going to try a little long shot here, 6-7 to 1. I'll take it on Club Mesquite, who is prancing around the paddock. Number 2 is High Tail Cowboy. Harry Hernandez, Double H, got to always take a look at his horses. And this is a horse trained by Chris Richard. What I like about this horse is his affinity for this racetrack. Hightail Cowboy has raced 6 times at Canterbury. 5 for 6, he's been in the exacta. So I've got him in second in my analysis. And at 5 to 2, he's taken money. And I think he holds the key to the race because the likely favorite is the 4, and he's got enough speed to make that 4 work early, and he's got some route experience, and I'll tell you what, the 2 horse looks awesome down here in the walking ring. Great looking coat, good muscle on this horse, the ears straight up north and south. Interesting option if you're going to try to beat the favorite like I am is High Tail Cowboy. Number 3 is Nitchy, Lindy Wade for Vic Hansen. Good long shot connections. Hasn't raced since December, so my question was the layoff. Can the horse be fit enough to beat some salty veterans here? If he's going to do it, he's likely going to do it from off the pace. We'll see if Lindy Wade can once again judge that pace. He's so good in the stretch. He did it again last night at 16 to 1 in the nightcap. Keep an eye on Lindy Wade with those closers. He knows when to unleash them in the stretch. All right, here's the big favorite. Let's take a look at this classy 8-year-old Unleash the Beast. Carlo Lopez for the red-hot Jose Silva. 9 of his career 14 wins on the Canterbury main track. Think about that. 14 career wins, 9 right here in Shakopee. He dusted sprinters last time by 7. He looked really good doing it. He likes to use his speed as his weapon. So if he can go out there and clear off and get comfortable, he will be tough, tough, tough to catch. If he gets challenged, maybe he's vulnerable late. But boy, he is another horse that looks awfully good here in the paddock. 5 is Smart Call. There's Erica Murray for Joe Roberts. Roberts, another one of those conditioners that pops at a price now and then. This horse has stalking speed. 2 for 36 lifetime, though, so I've got to take a stand against. Maybe gets a piece of this thing at a price. Number 6 is Dylan Rocks, Luis Valenzuela for the Gutierrez gang. Exits a productive race, 2nd time off the layoff, so 2nd time back should improve a little bit, and is taking money too. Early wagering here, 7 to 2. That's interesting all by itself. So keep an eye on that 6 as maybe a horse that the gamblers are fancying. Race 2 is 1 mile. We've got a 6-pack that are going to battle. It's a separator race in that post-time pick 4. Who do you like? When you make your bets, hop in that line early or download that app. The First Bet app is the preferred app of all of us in the press box. It's race 2. It's coming up, and it's coming at you next.
He's Sir Leonard Dykert, Canterbury Park's bugler, and he brings them onto the track for the second fast main track. No scratches.
Hello, everybody. Greetings from the Winner's Circle. Hope everybody's enjoying the start to their July 3rd holiday. We've got an interesting, different kind of race going on the track right now. This is the Extreme Relay Race. This is a preview, a preview of our Extreme Day coming up on July 16th. Now, we have a couple of teams of two out there on the track, and they're going to race for some great prizes. The winners will get a daily double pack and a gift certificate from TJ Hooligans. The losers will get free admission passes to come back later, but we've got the four combatants on track. Paul, take it away.
The camels are represented by Avery and Matt. And the ostriches are represented by Jacob and Jameson. Ready, go! And the camel and the ostrich take off, and what an unbelievable duel this is. The camel is leading it by a snout. The ostrich is hoping to spread wings and fly, and now it's very tightly contested between the camel and the ostrich. It's the ostrich. It's the camel. The ostrich wins. And it's post time for race number 2. Club Mesquite, the Beast. The Cowboy. Nietzsche. One out. 6-pack. Race 2, Canterbury. And they're racing. Hightail Cowboy hightails it out of the gate at 4.5 to 1. And Harry is requesting speed and getting it from Hightail Cowboy, who leads it by a half as they corner. Unleash the Beast right alongside. And 2 and 4 have gone 5 lengths clear from Dylan Rocks. After that, smart call to the outside of Nietzsche. Then we come to Club Mesquite, last and about 10 lengths from the front. And the front belongs to Hightail Cowboy. Unleash the Beast will not let him run away. And those two, again, in perfect harmony as they head up the barn side. The Cowboy on the inside, the Beast on the outside. Dylan Rocks tracks 5 out of it, and about 1.5 clear from Smart Call. Then we come back to Club Mesquite, and Nietzsche is now 10 lengths out of it. Unleash the Beast and Hightail Cowboy. Dylan Rocks watches from 3 out. Then it's Smart Call after that. Club Mesquite running on fast as Unleash the Beast has taken the lead. Nietzsche would need to find some faith to win from there. Around about the quarter pole, Unleash the Beast, the 8-year-old Canterbury Classic, trying to win 2 in a row. Club Mesquite from last all the way up to a joint second, trying to run down the Beast. Then it's Dylan Rocks and Smart Call. Unleash the Beast. Club Mesquite at 2 to 1. They're locked in battle, but now number 1 is number 1 into the final furlong as Unleash the Beast has hit the brakes and Club Mesquite looks to party in the winner's circle. It's Club Mesquite to win it by many. Unleash the Beast second. Hightail Cowboy third. Number 1, Club Mesquite, first, 1-4-2-5 in 141.09. The runner-up, Unleash the Beast, was claimed for $5,000. The new trainer, Troy Bethke, and the new owners, Gotcha Horse Stable. Race 2, $5,000 claim, the Beast, Bethke, Gotcha. The second race is official. $7 for the exacta, 50-cent trifecta, $8.30. 10-cent superfecta, that's the top 4 finishers in a given race, $5 and change. Race number 3 is next on the entertainment docket. Turf course firm. Scratch numbers 3, 4, and 8. 3, 4, and 8 out of race number 3. The third is provided by Michelob Ultra and Ashley Home Store. There's an Ashley across the street. They have discounts for Canterbury customers and opportunities to win their top-selling purple pillow. Into the winner's circle, Club Mesquite and Daylor Barrios Lopez. The winning owner, Harry Richardson, and the winning trainer, Matt Williams. Behold, Club Mesquite. Also, ladies and gentlemen, today is the final day of the Fold of Honor promotion. Canterbury Park and Budweiser teamed, raising donations for scholarships for families of America's fallen or disabled military. So join us in supporting those who protect our freedom and participate in this special promotion. With every 16-ounce Budweiser you purchase, $1 will be raised for the Folds of Honor cause. There also are pins available for purchase on site. And they're racing. Hightail Cowboy hightails it out of the gate at 4.5 to 1. And Harry is requesting speed and getting it from Hightail Cowboy, who leads it by a half as they corner. Unleash the Beast right alongside. And 2 and 4 have gone 5 lengths clear from Dylan Rocks. After that, Smart Call to the outside of Nietzsche. Then we come to Club Mesquite, last and about 10 lengths from the front. And the front belongs to Hightail Cowboy. Unleash the Beast, will not let him run away. And those two, again, in perfect harmony as they head up the barn side. The Cowboy on the inside, the Beast on the outside. Dylan Rocks tracks 5 out of it, and about 1.5 clear from Smart Call. Then we come back to Club Mesquite, and Nietzsche is now 10 lengths out of it. Unleash the Beast and Hightail Cowboy. Dylan Rocks watches from 3 out. Then it's Smart Call after that. Club Mesquite running on fast as Unleash the Beast has taken the lead. Nietzsche would need to find some faith to win from there. Around about the quarter pole, Unleash the Beast, the 8-year-old Canterbury Classic, trying to win 2 in a row. Club Mesquite from last all the way up to a joint second, trying to run down the Beast. Then it's Dylan Rocks and Smart Call. Unleash the Beast. Club Mesquite at 2 to 1. They're locked in battle, but now number 1 is number 1 into the final furlong as Unleash the Beast has hit the brakes, and Club Mesquite looks to party in the winner's circle. It's Club Mesquite to win it by many. Unleash the Beast second. Hightail Cowboy third.
Club Mesquite moves over to the main track and moves into the winner's circle. And now we're halfway through the post time pick 4. We go over to the turf for race number 3. This features fillies and mares, and we do have a few scratches out of here. Take out 3 Shabam, take out the main track only, number 4 Marina's Gold, and scratch number 8 Oh Babe. So we're left with a field of 7, pretty balanced it looked like from a paint standpoint. So we'll see what they have to bring to the table. Right now, number 1 Roland Blackout is 5-1. Roland Blackout has put in some very good races over this course in the past. She is 1 for 9, but still has some seconds and thirds to go with that, and a very versatile running style to use from that rail post. Constantino Roman will be on her today. Kelsey Har rode her in her last 2, and she wasn't too far off in either one of them.
She can keep herself close to the pace, and at least judging by the first 2, that's going to be a very important factor on both surfaces. So expect Roland Blackout probably to keep herself in close range. 1,000 Dreams, maybe not be able to do so. This one is coming off the claim for Wade Rarick. She does have a touch of tactical speed, maybe not as fast as some of the horses to her outside, but 1,000 Dreams can still make a trip for herself from the inside. Harry Hernandez had rode this horse for the majority of her winter down at Turf Paradise, but Carlo Lopez is going to be on her today. This is going to be, again, the first run for the barn, and she is going to try to get her 3rd win in start number 24. You will get a good price as a result, though. You can get 7-1 at this moment. We'll skip the next 2 because they're scratched. Go to the 5, and at 12-1, we have Merlin's Sister. Merlin's Sister has very little speed to speak of. Merlin's Sister most likely will be the trailer going into the first turn, and the last time that we saw her on the turf was last August. It wasn't a bad effort that day. She was 4th. She was only beaten a couple of lengths at 16-1, but she hasn't touched it since that time. She had to move over to the other surface. Merlin's Sister has been on the dirt since that time at Louisiana and up here at Canterbury. She wasn't too close in either one of those last 2. Maybe she needed them off the bench and they were against different groups of horses, so we'll see. She might be the field's long shot throughout, though, and right now she is at 12-1. 9-1 on Naughty Nelly next door. Naughty Nelly isn't going to make her Canterbury turf debut. She last ran on Belterra turf. Hello. Naughty Nelly is getting Jermaine Bridgemahan today. Does have some things to like, but I don't know. The price is a little lower than I thought it would be right now on Naughty Nelly. Again, this is her first ship up here, but she's run well on a lot of different surfaces. Shouldn't be a hamperance to her. 7-2 the price on Dreaming Biz right next door. Dreaming Biz did come flying at the end of that 5-furlong turf race last time around, but ran out of real estate and she ended up beaten by a couple of lengths. Essential Bello came back to run okay, but Knowles Angel did come back to win too. She beat a field of males. Dreaming Biz is going to get more real estate to work with, and she's a versatile enough sort where if he wants to put her in the race, and I'm sure he would like to today, Dreaming Biz should be able to keep herself in a stalker's position. I don't think she's going to be pushing things along, but she won't be too far behind. Fast to Fortune is another versatile sort. Alonzo Quinones will hop aboard her. She got a taste of this turf course the last couple of rounds, and she did very well in both. She won her first one. That was against $7,500 claimers, but took a nice step into Starter Allowance Company, and she ran second to a buzzsaw named Diplomatic. That filly has won a lot of races this year, and Fast to Fortune just ran into a very nice filly at the wrong time. Nothing wrong with that. She doesn't lose much in defeat, and she got a good second. There's some things to like, and Kevin Gorg likes her a lot. She's 7-5 in your current favorite. Swanage on the outside, wheels right back off a second place finish behind Looking So Lucky. That's a name you probably know around here. She's won her share of races at Canterbury too. Swanage should provide the pace from the outside, and she could probably improve off that first start. It was her first since November. If she does it all, she is a big threat to take this field all the way at 5-1. You have 9 minutes. If you want to bet race number 3, remember, scratch 3, 4, and 8, and still a bevy of options. Dollar pick 3s, dollar superfectas, tries, exactas, and of course the old reliable win, place, or show. You have 9 minutes to put these tickets together, and if you want, tune in for a power play. It's coming up soon.
Give that man a contract. Lynn Dykert, Canterbury Park's bugler. If Boogie Wonderland covets some brass, Lynn Dykert is for hire. 2-8 firm turf course for the third. Sands 3, 4, and 8. They're out. 5 minutes.
All right, race fans, Kevin Gorg with you from the studio up here in the press box. We get set for the power play of the night. It's later in the pick 5 sequence. Don't forget about the pick 5 tonight. Final 5 races of the night. Really good pick 5. Within that sequence is race 6, a really cool turf race. I'm going to try an upsetter here. I'm going to try the 3 Inesperado, and we're going to look at a couple of angles that I like about this horse. Number one is the in and out pattern. And sometimes horses, like professional athletes, get into a pattern of how they perform. How about this? Big performance, dud. Big performance, dud. Big performance, dud. Guess what we're sitting on? A big performance. That's good news. Next thing is the trainer. We all remember Rye Eccleberry, a regular rider here, one of the best jockeys in the last 10 or 15 years at Canterbury. His dad's a great trainer. You see he wins at 23%. He's the owner of this horse. And guess what? He was posted up in Iowa. That's where his stable is. They make the drive up here with a purpose, and they're not coming up here to see the fireworks tonight or go to Valley Fair tomorrow. They're coming up here to win money. And inside these numbers that Kevin Eccleberry shows, how about allowance? How about a gaudy 39% wins in allowance company? And oh yeah, a beautiful workout coming in. You might like the Eagles and Desperado, but try with me tonight in Nesperado. Come down off those fences. Let's cash together. It's the power play, baby.
Onto the turf, 1 minute. It's post time for race 3. A cast of mares and a filly named Roland Blackout first in. Naughty Nelly. Merlin's Sister is the gray horse. Now Dreaming Biz, 2.5 to 1. Roland Blackout now 3 to 1. Fast to Fortune, 2 to 1. Calbred Mare goes in. Swanage and Kelsey Har, 4.5 to 1. Roland Blackout now 5 to 2. All right. And they're racing perfect line out of the gate. Swanage looks for the lead to the outside, and Swanage from that 10 spot gets down to the inside and takes the lead by 2. Fast to Fortune also has speed. Right behind that one, Roland Blackout, Dreaming Biz close. 1,000 Dreams, 5th and 5 lengths from the front. And about the same margin clear from Merlin's Sister. And Naughty Nelly can see them all. Around the turn they go, and they head up the Canterbury Park Barnside, July 3rd, race 3. And leading by 1 is Swanage, and Swanage leads it from Fast to Fortune, about 2 clear from Roland Blackout. That one is joined by 1,000 Dreams. Dreaming Biz now finds herself 8 lengths out of it, and 2.5 clear from Merlin's Sister, and still nothing from Naughty Nelly. Into the far turn, Swanage trying to be naughty to favorite players, and Swanage at 5 to 1 leads the way. Fast and Furious, Roland Blackout got a lot of wind support late, down to 6 to 5, and Roland Blackout's right behind the leading 2, and to the inside of 1,000 Dreams. Dreaming Biz shoved on hard, then it's Merlin's Sister, and Naughty Nelly is still last. Fast and Furious attacks Swanage. Fast and Furious to the outside of Swanage, who's resurgent. Outside of that, Roland Blackout living up to the hype. Dreaming Biz is finishing fast from 5 out of it, but Swanage is refusing to turn back. Swanage and Roland Blackout, the bookenders. Swanage and Roland Blackout, nearly a dead heat. That's very, very tight. Tight photo being analyzed by the placing judges. Canterbury, how many people are pulling for number 10, Swanage? How many are pulling for the 1, Roland Blackout? Stand by. We have an answer. The winner is number 10, Swanage. 10-1-7-9. Race 3 is official. $1 exacta. Favorite on the bottom, 13.30. Trifecta, 32 and change. 10-cent superfecta, $10 and change. 110 double, 24.60. Race number 4 is around the corner. And in race 4, scratch number 4, 21 and change. We stay on the turf course for race number 4. 9 races today, so the pick 5 begins with race number 5. Thank you, Maker's Mark and Jim Beam Bourbon. And race 5, make that race number 4, provided by Maker's Mark and Jim Beam Bourbon. Elegant, smooth, refined. And here is Swanage, receiving a well-deserved bath for her toil. Now entering the winner's enclosure, it is Swanage and jockey Kelsey Haar. Swanage is owned by Jimmy Skinner and the winning trainer Bob Klein. At 5-1, behold Swanage. And they're racing, perfect line out of the gate. Swanage looks for the lead to the outside, and Swanage from that 10 spot gets down to the inside and takes the lead by 2. Fast Fast to Fortune also has speed. Right behind that one, Rolling Blackout, Dreaming Biz close. 1,000 Dreams, fifth and 5 lengths from the front. And about the same margin clear from Merlin's Sister. And Naughty Nelly can see them all. Around the turn they go, and they head up the Canterbury Park Barnside, July 3rd, race 3. And leading by 1 is Swanage. And Swanage leads it from Fast to Fortune, about 2 clear from Rolling Blackout. That one is joined by 1,000 Dreams. Dreaming Biz now finds herself 8 lengths out of it, and 2.5 clear from Merlin's Sister, and still nothing from Naughty Nelly. Into the far turn, Swanage trying to be naughty to favorite players, and Swanage at 5-1 leads the way. Fast and Furious, Rolling Blackout got a lot of wind support late, down to 6-5, and Rolling Blackout's right behind the leading 2, and to the inside of 1,000 Dreams. Dreaming Biz shoved on hard, then it's Merlin's Sister, and Naughty Nelly is still last. Fast and Furious attacks Swanage. Fast and Furious to the outside of Swanage, who's resurgent. Outside of that, Rolling Blackout living up to the hype. Dreaming Biz is finishing fast from 5 out of it, but Swanage is refusing to turn back. Swanage and Rolling Blackout, the bookenders. Swanage and Rolling Blackout, nearly a dead heat. That's very, very tight.
Tip of the hat to Kelsey Haar. What a great ride that was aboard the front runner Swanage. She does it for Bobby Klein, and boy, she did a great job in the stretch because she got hooked, and it looked like they were going to go by, and she said, no way. Excellent effort by Swanage and Kelsey Haar. Somewhere upstairs in the TV studio, our good friend Johnny the Mouse Mickelson is smiling right about now. And a nice tip of the hat to Superstats Dave. Those green tip sheets, what a value. Just $2 every race day. He had that horse right on top. What a good handicapping job and a nice price for Superstats Dave. All right, on to the fourth. Love turf sprinters. Love these type of races at Canterbury. These are hard knockers. These are fun races to bet on and watch. And one of the horses we talked about in our Today at the Races preview show a couple hours ago is this 11-year-old to the inside. Love him. Giant Gamble. He runs his race every time he comes out. Such a cool horse. 11 years old, still going strong, and he might have the key to the whole race. He might be the pace factor that makes or breaks the race for the horse they're betting outside at post 6. So Giant Gamble looking good at age 11. Career start number 75. Awesome, awesome horse. Number 2 is Samurai Mike. I've talked a lot about Nevada Liffin in the summer he's having. His horses are all firing. He's doing a great job. Ran into Bodenheimer last time out. Bodenheimer be 1-5 here. And this horse chased that one down, lost by a couple lengths. But if they go quick early, this is the horse to watch out for in the stretch. Should be rolling late and probably a little closer to the pace today. 7-2 is a very fair price on Samurai Mike. Number 3 is Mr. Navigator, Jermaine Bridgemahan for the Red Hot Jose Silva, in from Arizona. Off since early May, so we get a couple months. In the horse racing business, we call that a freshener. Should be legged up and ready to go and looks really fit and solid muscle-wise here in the paddock, and it's 4-1. Number 5 right now is the People's Choice. It's Lonely Private. Jay Litz, another great handicapper, Star Tribune extraordinaire. You can get those picks by subscribing, heading to StarTribune.com every day. He's down here to take a look at the horse in the paddock, and he likes the way this horse runs. This horse has early speed but doesn't need the lead. Maybe that stalking style will give Lonely Private a chance to score for Carlo Lopez and Robertino Diodoro. Hey, all the girls out there, if you want to represent when you're betting this race, how about a girl taking on the boys? That's number 6, A Rose and Wine. The mare takes on the boys, and she just loves the Canterbury turf. 8 starts on the Canterbury side, 5 wins, 2 seconds, and a third. That's where I'll go, but the key to the race is, can she get clear of the old guy inside? Giant Gamble's going to make her run. If she gets clear, she'll be a problem, and she's 2-1. Number 7 is Perfect Fanny. Reyes for Chip Woolley. The trainer won a Kentucky Derby. That's impressive all by itself. Barn going well right now. Outside attack post. Those are the handicapping angles for the outside marker. And we've got intrigue abound here. Some of the fastest turf horses on the grounds. The hard-knocking claimers here battling at 5 furlongs in race number 4. Hey, if you're a fan of horse racing at Canterbury, follow us on social media. Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, all the information you need. Race 4 at the gate in around 8, and then they're gonna get it on.
On the track into a firm turf course for the fourth, scratch number 4, 21 and change. Food trucks level 1 north side of Canterbury, and food trucks also by the paddock if you're looking for a place with shorter lines. Food trucks level 1 just past the breezeway and also by the paddock.
Hello again, everybody from the Winner's Circle. Is everybody having a good time? Are you guys excited for some fireworks later? Well, in the meantime, we've enjoyed the wonderful sounds of Boogie Wonderland, and we've got a lot more musical sounds coming up this summer in the Canterbury Concert Series. Now, we do have
Dave.
Dave, where are you from? Name which artist in the concerts at the park that is.
Get the Let Out.
Get the Let Out? It is Get the Let Out. Congratulations. You're going to be seeing them live right here at Canterbury Park, right over on that stage. How do you feel?
Outstanding. Can hardly wait.
It shows. It shows. Congratulations. I'm looking forward to seeing them. Hope to see you there and hope to see anybody else who wants to hear the great music of Led Zeppelin covered by Get the Let Out in August. Congratulations.
Thanks, Ange.
It is now post time for race number 4. And they're racing, and a Rose and Wine like a shot pops out of the gate, puts 3 on the field. The 11-year-old Giant Gamble has his patented early speed, and between them is Mr. Navigator, joined by Lonely Pirate, who rolls up into second. Then it's Perfect Fanny, very wide, but about 4 lengths from the front, and Giant Gamble broke well, but now is back in last. And in first is a Rose and Wine in full bloom. A Rose and Wine from Lonely Private, and after that is Perfect Fanny to the outside of Mr. Navigator. Samurai Mike is 8 out of it, but still clear from Giant Gamble, and they head for home, chasing the speedy A Rose and Wine, who's showing no signs of slowing down. Lonely Pirate is second. Mr. Navigator rolls into second now outside of that Samurai Mike, but A Rose and Wine has left them punch drunk. And race number 4 is official. 55.29, the final time. The victorious, A Rose and Wine, heading straight to the receiving barn. The winning rider, Harry Hernandez, Alfredo Esprino, the winning owner and trainer. The 5th race begins the 50-cent pick 5 on races 5 through 9. No scratches or rider changes. Post time about 20 minutes from now. And they're racing, and A Rose and Wine, like a shot, pops out of the gate, puts 3 on the field. The 11-year-old Giant Gamble has his patented early speed, and between them is Mr. Navigator, joined by Lonely Pirate, who rolls up into second. Then it's Perfect Fanny, very wide, but about 4 lengths from the front, and Giant Gamble broke well, but now is back in last. And in first is A Rose and Wine in full bloom. A Rose and Wine from Lonely Private, and after that is Perfect Fanny to the outside of Mr. Navigator. Samurai Mike is 8 out of it, but still clear from Giant Gamble, and they head for home, chasing the speedy A Rose and Wine, who's showing no signs of slowing down. Lonely Pirate is second. Mr. Navigator rolls into second now outside of that Samurai Mike, but A Rose and Wine has left them punch drunk. highly creative. Then it's Pascal. Roll. Gypsy Roll is just too far back. Ms. Callie, the 6-5 favorite, jumping all over the place with a 2-length lead. Princess of Malibu just not good enough to get over the hump. And Ms. Callie looks pretty fine in those shades. They're locked in battle, but now number one is number one into the final furlong as Unleash the Beast has hit the brakes and Club Mesquite looks to party in the winner's circle. It's Club Mesquite to win it by many. Unleash the Beast second, Hightail Cowboy third. Resurgent. Outside of that, Roll and Blackout living up to the hype. Dreaming Biz is finishing fast from 5 out of it, but Swanage is refusing to turn back. Swanage and Roll and Blackout, the bookenders. Swanage and Roll and Blackout, nearly a dead heat. That's very, very for home, chasing the speedy, a Rose and Wine, who's showing no signs of slowing down. Lonely Pirate is second. Mr. Navigator rolls into second now outside of that Samurai Mike, but a Rose and Wine has left them punch drunk.
Very, very nice. Now we close out the post time pick 4. We're going to start off the pick 5 in race 5. We've got 5 in the field, so let's let them rip. We have 1 mile to travel in here. These are maidens. Ramblin' Gamblin' Man on the inside is going to try to win at second asking. First time around, he went 6.5 furlongs. Broke a little bit of a tangle that day. It was not a clean getaway for the rail horse. Fell pretty far off the pace, but that day they went very quick, and he just never really got a chance to pick up his feet. With a little more ground to deal with some experience, and an inside post, he provides good value at 5-1. I thought this one has a lot of upside to him, and I think the distance will only help. I did take him third just because it's only his second start. Win over Wyatt is right next door. This was your 5-2 second choice on the morning line. He has 2 starts to him. That second one was also at 6.5 furlongs behind West Island. He was third that day. Rambling Gambling Man on the rail was 5th. Win over Wyatt showed speed that day, and that has proven to be very dangerous today. So it'll be interesting to see who goes with this horse, and if nobody does, 7-2 is going to look like stealing, as this horse does have that foundation to him with 2 starts as opposed to the 1 on the rail. But we'll see if anybody does decide to go with him. Right now, I think that's about as good as you're going to get. He might even come down from there. Going at it is making start number 4. All 3 of them have been around 2 turns. Seems this one showed them that he would want all this sort of ground very early on. Going at it is the son of Empire Maker, though. Makes a lot of sense since he's out of a hard spun mare, too. 2 of those dirt starts one of the dirt starts and the turf start were at Hawthorne. That last one was here at Canterbury, and he showed some speed that day, but not sure if he's going to be able to keep up with Win over Wyatt. That's the question. If Going at it can keep himself within range, it's probably his race to lose. He's 3-2, but if he falls far behind, they just haven't been making up much ground, and Going at it could find himself in a compromising position if he does get as far off as he was in one of those first 2 starts. That's the question. Kal-El next door usually does end up pretty far off the pace, but he reversed that last time. He was on the turf in doing so, though, and he does have a bit of turf pedigree on the bottom with Dear Fay. He's 2-1 at the moment. Kal-El has a lot of experience compared to the rest of them. 7 starts to be precise, and this Troy Bethke trainee is also 4. He lands in amongst 3-year-olds. There are some things to like about him, but he is taking money as a result. Kal-El needs to step things up just a touch, but not much to get the maiden breaking score today. 6-1 on Causeway Surprise on the outside. Last time his stablemate won that aforementioned race, that was West Island. Causeway Surprise didn't do much running, but he does get more ground. This could be something that he would like very much. He, too, kind of like the 3, has a pedigree that screams, give me that ground and then give me some more. And he makes a nice impression in the paddock. Causeway Surprise is prancing around on his toes and keeping his composure. Looks good. Looks ready to go 2 turns for the very first time. 9 minutes until race number 5, and the 5-pack heads out to the track to kick off the 10% takeout 50-cent pick 5. The other wagering options are dollar pick 3s, dollar doubles, tries exactas, and win place and show wagers. Your 9-5 favorite remains right in the middle, Going at it with Constantino Roman. Kevin Gorg is going to take you through that aforementioned pick 5 sequence in a minute.
Ladies and gentlemen, Sir Leonard Dykert. A round of applause for our bugler, ladies and gentlemen, Lynn Dykert. Great job. On the track to begin the pick 5. No scratches. Fast main track. 5 minutes.
All right, fans, on those television monitors, we've got the 10% takeout pick 5 ticket for today that I have built. It's a $64 ticket, and I think the turf races that make up the meat and potatoes of this stretch of races could offer some value. So let's start with just 2 horses here in the first leg, try to survive. I do fear the 2, especially if the 2 and Harry Hernandez get loose, but I had to limit the options. And I went with number 3, Going At It, who's my top pick in the race. And I do believe the 4 horse for Troy Bethke has a real shot at the upset, like the way the horse looked in the paddock. I'll use 3 and 4 here. In the next leg, once again, I could have used Loring Park, who I think has a chance, but I used the primary players. 3 in Esperado, who's the price. 5 Tuco Bay, who's the favorite. 8 Kids Inheritance, and 9 Astronomical, the speedballs to the outside. 3, 5, 8, 9. In the 7th race, I use 1, 3, 4, and 8. I think Bodenheimer on the front is going to be really, really tough. But if Bodenheimer gets tired late, the horses I've got along with him could offer some value. In race 8, I fear Storm in Hong Kong, the 2. You may want to add the 2 on your ticket. I went 5 and 6. The speed to the outside. I think they're the 2 best horses, Mr. Who and Optimal Courage. I'm very contrarian in the last race. Everybody, I think, will be betting Dr. Oscar and Minister of Soul, the 2 inside horses. They will battle for favoritism. I think they also battle on the front end early in the race, which could open it up for an upset. I'm going to try the 4, Holding the Loot, and the 5, Central Park. Neither one will be even close to favored. Both offer some value. I'll try to get a little bang for my buck on the back end. 3-4 with 3, 5, 8, 9 with 1, 3, 4, 8 with 5 and 6 with 4 and 5 to close it out. It's a $64 ticket. You can't win it if you don't get in it. These pick 5s have been awesome. That 10% takeout, hundreds, maybe thousands come your way. So enjoy that and play it. It starts in 4 minutes. But right now, we've got to head down to the winner's circle. The lovely and talented Angela Herman.
Hey there, Canterbury. We're back in the winner's circle, and we're here to talk about more concerts. We have Randy Hauser coming in September, and I've got Amy here to try to win her way to it. Now, we are going to play Finish the Lyric today, and all you got to do is finish a line to Running Out of Moonlight. Do you think you can handle that?
I think so.
I bet you can. So why don't we turn around? We'll look at the tote board, see what they have to play for us. You finish it off, and you win. Even need to see it come up. You nailed it, Amy. Are you a big fan of his?
Yes.
I would guess so, but maybe you just know song lyrics like a savant. But you are going to be going to see him live here in September. Congratulations, and we hope you have a great time. I'll see you there.
Thank you.
They're at the starting gate, and it's race time. Two back. One out. Okay. They're racing, going at it at 8-5, wins the start, win over Wyatt on the stretch out, made the start for the first time in his career, and he's showing really good early speed, and win over Wyatt and Harry by 1 from going at it. Cal L Causeway surprises the 5 who's wide, and Ramblin' Gamblin' Man is only 4 lengths behind. Win over Wyatt, and win over Wyatt on that stretch out is able to clear off, and he does it reasonably, leading it by 1. Now going at it, cuts into the margin, makes it a half. Cal L sticking to that 3. Then we come to Ramblin' Gamblin' Man, and Causeway Surprise is 5 lengths from the lead, and the lead belongs to Win Over Wyatt. Win Over Wyatt at 2-1, trying to win over his supporters with a wire-to-wire effort. He leads it from going at it, the 7-5 favorite. Now just by a neck. Cal L shoved on 3 wide. After that, Ramblin' Gamblin' Man edging forward. Likewise for Causeway Surprise. 5 sardined by 3.5, and they're coming to the top of the stretch chasing Wyatt. Win over Wyatt, going at it. Cal L. Ramblin' Gamblin' Man is seemingly full of run, about 2 lengths from the lead, off the heels of Win Over Wyatt, and then it's Causeway Surprise, and here they come chasing Win Over Wyatt. Win Over Wyatt, that's it for going at it. He's languishing, and Ramblin' Gamblin' Man now has every opportunity. Win Over Wyatt turns away Ramblin' Gamblin' Man into the final 50. It's AC Doocy, and Win Over Wyatt in a tight photo. It looks like Wyatt wire to wire, but it's very tight. Another tight photo. Please hold all tickets. We have an answer, and the winner is number 2. Wyatt never looked back. 2135. win over Wyatt, made the start for the first time in his career and made them pay. Race number 5 is official. Pick 3, 52.80, double $5.90. The 2-1 exacta, $18.20. 50-cent trifecta, favorite on the bottom, $16.70. Into the winner's circle, it's win over Wyatt and Harry Hernandez. Win over Wyatt is owned by Mary Moberg and trained by Nevada Litfin. Wyatt is a 3-year-old chestnut gelding by Overanalyze from the Stephen Got Even mare, Winners Get Even. Bred in Minnesota by the Mobergs, Rod and Mary. Race 6 is on the beautiful turf course. Scratch numbers 2 and 6. Pick 4 wagering on the final 4 live races tonight. Scratch 2 and 6 from race number 6, which is provided by the Minnesota Lottery. And we thank Quick Trip, along with Dick Sanitation, Gallagher, and Greystone Construction. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and direct your attention to the winner's enclosure as we honor the United States of America with the singing of God Bless America. Here is Kerrigan Backer.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above, from the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans, wide with love. God bless America, my home sweet home. God bless America, our home sweet home.
Yes. And God bless you, Kerrigan Backer. Thank you. racing. Going at it at 8-5, wins the start. Win over Wyatt on the stretch out. Made the start for the first time in his career, and he's showing really good early speed. And win over Wyatt and Harry by 1 from Going at it. Cal L. Causeway surprises the 5, who's wide. And Ramblin' Gamblin' Man is only 4 lengths behind. Win over Wyatt, and win over Wyatt on that stretch out is able to clear off, and he does it reasonably, leading it by 1. Now Going at it, cuts into the margin, makes it a half. Cal L sticking to that 3. Then we come to Ramblin' Gamblin' Man, and Causeway Surprise is 5 lengths from the lead, and the lead belongs to Win over Wyatt. Win over Wyatt at 2-1, trying to win over his supporters with a wire-to-wire effort. He leads it from Going at it, the 7-5 favorite, now just by a neck. Cal L shoved on 3 wide. After that, Ramblin' Gamblin' Man edging forward. Likewise for Causeway Surprise. 5 sardined by 3.5, and they're coming to the top of the stretch, chasing Wyatt. Win over Wyatt, Going at it, Cal L. Ramblin' Gamblin' Man is seemingly full of run, about 2 lengths from the lead, off the heels of Win over Wyatt, and then it's Causeway Surprise, and here they come, chasing Win over Wyatt. Win over Wyatt, that's it for Going at it. He's languishing, and Ramblin' Gamblin' Man now has every opportunity. Win over Wyatt turns away Ramblin' Gamblin' Man into the final 50. It's AC-doocy, and win over Wyatt in a tight photo. It looks like Wyatt wire to wire, but it's very tight.
All right, welcome back to the paddock. Got my daughters here and their friends. We've got Andy, we've got Maddie, we've got Annika, and we've got Cadence, the four of the ladies here, ready to play the horses and then watch those fireworks. It's been a family tradition of ours since they were little to come out here and take in the festivities on the 3rd of July. And the ladies just cashed last race with the 2-horse. So, yeah, good job by Andy over there. She believed that Harry Hernandez could keep the Nevada Litvin train on the tracks, and boy, Nevada Litvin continues to sparkle. And Harry Hernandez, if he gets the lead turning for home, you better pack a lunch. Very tough to get around Double H. He's got a couple wins on the card, and we go right back to the turf. Now we go a flat mile on the lawn as the crowd continues to pour in. Fans, get those bets in early or download the First Bet app to make the whole process that much easier. Let's see how these horses are behaving in the sunshine. We're going to get a good look right now. Soul Man, our camera guy, showing those horses in the saddling enclosure. And you noticed the horses are staying in there just a little bit longer today because of the heat out here. It is twilight now here in the cornfields. It's starting to get a little shadowy out here, but it's warm. It's still in the 90s, and we're trying to give these horses a chance to stay cool as long as possible. Let's handicap the field together. We'll start on the inside with number 1, Loring Park. Loring Park's a Minnesota bred facing Open Company, and I'll tell you what, some heartbreak along the way, but this horse always seems to cash a check. So you look at the running lines, and you see just 2 wins from 18 starts. That's pesky. But 7 second-place finishes, 3 more in the 3rd slot, and then you go a little deeper into the numbers, and you look at the stats on the Canterbury Turf Course. 9 starts, 8 for 9 in the trifecta. Those are numbers you want to take a look at when you're putting together some of your exotic bets. I think that this horse can get a piece for sure, and it's Joel Burnt at 4-1. My top pick in the race, though, is the 3. I'm going to try a Nesperado. Kevin Eckelberry, one of the nicest guys I've encountered in the game of horse racing. He's 39% winners in allowance company like this. This is an optional allowance claiming race. In from Iowa, good turf numbers. I'll trust that Kevin Eckelberry's got this horse ready to rock and roll. Very nice racehorse, 3 for 7 in his career on the grass. Number 4 is Coastal Waters, Adamir Santos and Valerie Lund, the connections. 0 for 15 in the career on the Canterbury Turf, but does have 3 turf wins. Coastal Waters is one of those horses that ambles out of the gate and then tries to pick them off and come charging down the stretch. Coastal Waters right now 10-1 up on the board. Maybe the biggest surprise with the early betting is the price on number 5, Tuco Bay, who I thought would be all of maybe 8-5. Is conspicuous up there at 4-1. All he's done is run his race on this turf every single time out there. 17 starts on our turf, 4 wins, 4 seconds, 2/3. Last time out against similar competition, just about caught Bigfoot City, who was lone speed that day. Tuco Bay is a classy Minnesota bred. He's 8 years old. He's banked over $250,000, and he loves this lawn. I think when the dust settles, he goes favored, but boy, right now, 4-1 is very tempting on Tuco Bay. 7 is Bob's All In for the Asperino gang. The Bug Boys here. The Bug Boys been doing great things in the saddle. That's Barrios Lopez. Another horse like the 4-horse that has no early speed. Will need the pace to be hot and will likely try to make up ground from the back of the pack. 5-1 morning line on the board at 5-1. Number 8 is Kids Inheritance, Eduardo Gallardo, as we have a fun little bunny down here checking out the horses in the paddock. Kids Inheritance has speed, Troy Bethke, and I think in a good spot here because there's not a ton of early speed. It's just him and the outside horse, and he draws inside of Astronomico, so at 7-1, I will include this horse in my trifectas and superfectas. The steam team upstairs, Angela Herman and Paul Allen, are all over the 9. That's Astronomical. The red-hot Jose Silva trains. Carlo Lopez is an awesome jockey. 2nd time off the layoff. Speed and fade pattern in play. And because he draws to the outside, he gives the jockey some serious trip options. And I'll tell you, he looks the part physically down here. Awesome-looking horse in the paddock. Good-looking coat. Just enough energy to make you think he's going to run his race. So PA and Ange might have a live one here at 9-2. Look at the betting board right now. Look at the value on that board. Nobody below 3-1. You want a good betting race? This, my friends, is a very good betting race. Find the trifecta or superfecta, and that wallet going to be big and fat in time for those fireworks. Turf racing time, 1 mile, a wide open race. Get some bragging rights on your family and friends right now. Find the winner here and cash some serious bets. It's race number 6. It's on the turf, and it's right out here at beautiful Canterbury Park.
Race 6 field is on track with 7 minutes to post. Scratch number 2, push through, and scratch number 6, Eisenstadt. Again, scratch 2 and 6 from the 6th race. This is the beginning of the 50-cent late pick 4. Welcome back up to the First Bet studio. It is time to talk late pick 4. Before we get to that, got an angle for it. Got a horse that you're going to want to add into the last leg of this ticket, and he's coming up in race number 9. That would be Central Park. Let me tell you why I like Central Park, because it's going to be very tough to beat the field that he's going to beat, but there's a few reasons why I really like him in this particular spot. Now, looking at the horse himself, he's very, very good at 6.5 furlongs, and this can be a distance that horses really develop a niche sort of liking for. Horses that really excel at 6.5 furlongs and go off at decent prices, well, they're hard to find, and Central Park is usually well bet when he does navigate the distance. But you can see up here in the corner, if you use DR Formulator, 2 for 4 with a second place finish. Central Park is very well proven doing this sort of thing. Now, he made his first start here at the beginning of June, and he's worked really fast a couple of times since then. It's going to help on a track that's very friendly to front runners today. And this year, he started twice. Now, in his third start of last year, it's the last one on the page right here. That was June 23rd of last year, and you can see by the running line, he took them all the way. Might not happen today, but he's in a very good spot. Now, we're going to take a little closer look at that race after we look at David Van Winkle. If you use Formulator, you can hone down the stats on him and this horse in this particular spot. Pretty healthy sample. He wins 21% of the time. He's in the money over half the time and returns a profit if you bet his horses in dirt sprints that are optional claimers. That fits the bill for Central Park. Now, we are going to take a look at the stretch run here just to show you what an affinity this horse has for the track and how good he is when he's doing this exact thing. Now, they've set wicked fractions up front. This is 21 and 2, 43 and almost 1, but there are some really good horses in his wake. And when Central Park is on his game and he can do things like this, and this was his third start of 22, maybe he can do it in his third start of 23. Sounds like a winning angle to me. And we're going to see if that works in the last with Central Park. We'll talk about the rest of the pick 4 in just a second. There's that pick 4 we alluded to that I alluded to just a second ago. And in race number 6, I am going to use a few of them. Kevin took you through this field in detail. I did use his horse in Esperado. That's the power play. My top pick, Astronomical, on the outside. And right in the middle of them, your likely favorite, Tuco Bay. I mean, I didn't know what the betting was going to look like in here. Right now, it's a very even board. But by the will pays, Tuco Bay should be your very heavy favorite. So he might be the first to go. Bodenheimer was my single in this sequence, and race number 7, he looks like the controlling speed. A couple of scratches might help him in that respect, and if he and your romantic don't completely burn each other out, he is a strong candidate to put wins back to back. In race number 8, I did spread out with a few more. There were originally a few from the Silva stable. One of them scratched, but I did use the other 2 on this ticket. 1, 2, and 6, and 4 and 5, including Central Park, to close out the late pick 4. If you want to do it, it's $9. Get those tickets in now. They're hitting the turf course for the 6th.
It's post time. Into the gate for race number 6. Provided in part by Quick Trip and QuickTrip.com. Also, yearly sponsors of our Fireworks Spectacular. Thank you, Quick Trip. Coastal Waters next in. Kids Inheritance, wearing the spanky clean silks. Astronomical, looking for his first turf victory. Here they come. And they're racing. Astronomical's being ridden for speed on the wide side, but he's not able to grab the lead at the early stages. Kids Inheritance along with Inesperado, and now Kids Inheritance between runners puts the neck in front, and Astronomical from that 9 spot down in the 3 path, attempting to contest the early lead. Loring Park 5 lengths from it, and Loring Park is a length and a half clear from Tuco Bay, who's in the clear. After that, Bob's All In, and Coastal Waters is only 5 lengths from a dawdling early pace. Kids Inheritance and Eduardo Gallardo makes that pace. Astronomical within a half, and about a length clear from Loring Park, who's guided to the outside by Wade, and is just a length and a half from the front. Inesperado is sequestered. After that, Bob's All In to the inside of Tuco Bay, and Tuco Bay is going to be 3, maybe 4 wide around the turn, and Coastal Waters saves ground, but now 6 out of it. Kids Inheritance looking to get all the bank. Kids Inheritance leads it by a neck. Loring Park is sharp tonight, and between runners, Astronomical. After that, we come back to Bob's All In. Tuco Bay feeling the heat. Inesperado has nowhere to go. Likewise for Coastal Waters, and here they come. On the inside, Kids Inheritance. Tuco Bay. Minnesota Racing Immortalities taking off to the outside. Inesperado's between them. Bob's All In. Inesperado. Tuco Bay. 3 and 5 to the line together. Inesperado. Another photo finish. The numbers 3-5-1-7 in Esperado came to his senses. Courtesy of Ashley Home Store, we have a purple pillow drawing winner, Kaylee Arnold from Mora. Please head to the Ashley Home Store table to claim your pillow. Kaylee Arnold from Mora to the Ashley Home Store table. Race 6, official. Exacta 2220. Most recent pick 3, 6160. Trifecta 4210. 10-cent superfecta $22.68. And the 2-3 double from race 5, 2110. Race number 7 keeps us on the firm turf course. They sprint with no superfecta wagering. Scratch numbers 5, 6, and 7. 5, 6, and 7 out of race number 7. The 7th is provided by Quick Trip and Atomic Data. Atomic Data, the preferred IT solutions provider for Canterbury Park. And we also thank JTR Roofing, Think Minnesota Realty, and Turtles Bar and Grill. Now entering the winner's enclosure, after taking down the brush away purse, it is Inesperado and Jermaine Bridgemahan. Kevin Eccleberry is the winning owner and trainer. Racing. Astronomical's being ridden for speed on the wide side, but he's not able to grab the lead at the early stages. Kids Inheritance along with Inesperado, and now Kids Inheritance between runners puts the neck in front, and Astronomical from that 9 spot down in the 3 path attempting to contest the early lead. Loring Park 5 lengths from it, and Loring Park is a length and a half clear from Tuco Bay, who's in the clear. After that, Bob's All In, and Coastal Waters is only 5 lengths from a dawdling early pace. Kids Inheritance and Eduardo Gallardo make said pace. Astronomical within a half, and about a length clear from Loring Park, who's guided to the outside by Wade and is just a length and a half from the front. Inesperado is sequestered. After that, Bob's All In to the inside of Tuco Bay, and Tuco Bay is going to be 3, maybe 4 wide around the turn, and Coastal Waters saves ground, but now 6 out of it. Kids Inheritance looking to get all the bank. Kids Inheritance leads it by a neck. Loring Park is sharp tonight, and between runners, Astronomical. After that, we come back to Bob's All In. Tuco Bay feeling the heat. Inesperado has nowhere to go. Likewise for Coastal Waters, and here they come on the inside. Kids Inheritance. Tuco Bay. Minnesota Racing Immortalities taking off to the outside. Inesperado's between them. Bob's All In. Inesperado. Tuco Bay. 3 and 5 to the line together. Inesperado.
Well, turf racing is all about saving energy and saving ground, and that's what Jermaine Bridgemahan was able to do on an Esperado for Kevin Eckelberry. Heady ride by Jermaine, widely considered one of the best turf jockeys we've had out here in a long time. He shows why in race 6. Here you can see race 7, and it's still on the betting board, a wide open betting race, but there's some significant changes when you scratch this many horses in a race. So you can see the odds. Take out 5, 6, and 7. No superfecta. But after an upset in leg 2 and a third choice that won leg 1, this pick 5 is going to pay. And this race sure looks like a major separator. Let's start with number 1, Mark the Moose. Minnesota Wild forward Marcus Foligno was on hand with his daughters back a month ago today on June 3rd. And his nickname is the Moose, and his name is Marcus. So, yes, he bet his horse, and he loved it when that horse came stampeding from the back of the pack to get all the money. I hope Marcus Foligno's watching today. I know him and his daughters had a great time last time. We'll see if Mark the Moose can do it again. He's a big closer. He's on his toes in the paddock, and everything Nevada Litvin puts on the track right now is running. What a training job that young man has done. So do not sleep on the Moose. Number 2 is Euromantic, Luis Valenzuela for my good friend Vic Hansen. Last time out at 24-1. This horse just cruised to a victory. Now that was on the main track. Today we're on the turf. But anytime you see a horse win the way that horse did it, it was easy last time. 6-1. We'll see if Euromantic can back it up. Number 3 is my top pick in the race. This is Bodenheimer. Lindy Wade for Valerie Lund. This is one of those horses that's kind of been star-crossed in his career. Look where he's raced. Arlington Park, Kentucky Downs, Keeneland a couple times. He's got talent. He put it all together last time. Last time he ran huge. 78 Beyer figure. He's got that great patented early speed. We'll see if Bodenheimer can start a winning streak. He's my top pick, and he's 9-5. How about the 4-horse? Blame JD. Double H, Harry Hernandez, has never raced on the turf in his career, and this is a 5-year-old, and they're betting him like he's a wonder horse, and he looks great down here. Lots of energy, bouncing on his toes. This is what you want to see on a hot day. Blame JD really looking the part of a runner. We know he can run in the dirt. He's put up some big numbers. Can he duplicate that on the turf? The jockey, red hot, looking for a triple. Good-looking horse is Blame JD. Outside, the old crafty veteran, it's Ship It Red. The 8-year-old is so good. Outside attacking post, Carlo Lopez, the other Valerie Lund horse. Some people in the game, when they see one of the horses favored, bet the other horse. Valerie Lund has Bodenheimer. She's also got Ship It Red, and Ship It Red is the definition of salty. On this sultry July 3rd afternoon, we're getting closer and closer to the fireworks spectacular. The pick 5 could have some bang for the buck. If you're alive, good luck. This is going to be a humdinger and a major hurdle to overcome. They'll be at the gate in around 8, and then they're going to get it on.
And that beautiful call to the post brings the runners onto the track, then to a firm turf course for the 7th. Scratch numbers 5, 6, and 7. No superfecta wagering 7 minutes from now. 7 minutes to race 7.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, direct your attention down here to the winner's circle. These are the lucky 5 that have won an opportunity for free money from our good friends at Quick Trip, a big-time sponsor of our racing at Canterbury. Here's how it goes. The fans have assigned a horse in this race. If their horse wins, they get a $100 gift card from Quick Trip, but we're not done. There's more. Second place gets 20. Third place gets 20. It's a 5-horse field. 60% of these beautiful people are going home with free money. Who doesn't love free money? Let's meet the contestants. Your name and where you're from.
Tammy Anderson, North Mankato, Minnesota.
Hey, a 507. Let's hear it for Mankato. Horns up. All right, you've got the one, Mark the Moose. Big closer. Don't panic early. You're going to be far back, but you're going to come with a run. Your name and where you're from.
Trisha, I'm from Mankato.
Another Mankato girl. Now, your 2 horses not getting a lot of love at the window, so keep the faith, say an extra prayer. Maybe the horse will shock them. It won at 24-1 last time. This young man, your name and where you're from.
Jody, Madison, Wisconsin.
Uh-oh, are you a Packer fan?
Indeed.
Oh, we got a Packer fan. Give him a nice Minnesota welcome. He just came out of a dark cabin. He spent 4 days there in a dark cabin thinking about this day. Like Aaron Rodgers, we can't cheer for him. Forget the 3-horse. Your name and where you're from.
Sammy, North Mankato.
Another, boy, they are coming up from the 507. Okay, you've got the 4-horse. Jay Litza, our Star Tribune handicapper, canceled his trip to the cabin to bet this horse. That's a good sign. You got a live one. Your name?
Sherry Lee from Glencoe.
Ah, a smoke show from Glencoe right here. I love it. All right, you've got the outside horse, Ship It Red, the oldest horse in the field, and I love the fact that you've got all the race experience. Do you believe?
Yes.
Ship It Red going to try to bring her the green. Let's go. Thank you, Quick Trip. Watch those fans cheer on those horses. And folks, get your bets in right now. We're 4 minutes from all that excitement.
They've reached the gate, and it is now race time. Moving in, Mark the Moose. One of 3 in here, looking to extend winning streaks. Bodenheimer is another. Blame JD making his turf debut. Waiting for Blame JD, riderless, but now Harry joins. And Ship It Red, last in line. Bodenheimer, 3 to 5. And they're racing. Bodenheimer pops out of the gate like a shot, and Bodenheimer immediately in hand and in command. Blame JD sharpen his turf debut, and 3 and 4 zing into the far turn, going like the wind. After that, Euromantic striding out, looking to win 2 in a row, 3 out of it. On the wide side, Ship It Red, and after that, we have Mark the Moose, 6 lengths behind Bodenheimer, and Bodenheimer leads it by a half. In second is Euromantic. Then we come to Blame JD, shoved on very hard by the leading man. And Bodenheimer just put 3 on the field and did so confidently. Bodenheimer says, come and catch me if you want to win. Ship It Red's closing to the outside of Euromantic. Then it's Mark the Moose, all left in the wake of a keen turn of speed by the impressive Bodenheimer, who is gone. Number 3, Bodenheimer. First. 3, 8, 2, 1. In 54.95, which misses a 3-year-old track record by 0.18. Bodenheimer. Fast. Race number 7 is official. 3, 8, 2, 1. The 8th race is the July 3rd penultimate. Scratch number 4, Tizona. No superfecta wagering in race 8. And they'll be to the gate about 22 minutes from now. The 8th race is provided by Continental Diamond and continentaldiamond.com. Now entering the winner's enclosure, Bodenheimer, ridden by Canterbury Park Salt of the Earth. He's jockey Lindy Wade. Bodenheimer is owned by Kristen Boyce and Mary Lou Holden. The winning trainer, Valerie Lund. That's 2 consecutive wins for this one. Behold, Bodenheimer. And they're racing. Bodenheimer pops out of the gate like a shot, and Bodenheimer immediately in hand and in command. Blame JD sharpen his turf debut, and 3 and 4 zing into the far turn, going like the wind. After that, Euromantic striding out, looking to win 2 in a row, 3 out of it. On the wide side, Ship It Red, and after that, we have Mark the Moose, 6 lengths behind Bodenheimer, and Bodenheimer leads it by a half. In second is Euromantic. Then we come to Blame JD, shoved on very hard by the leading man, and Bodenheimer just put 3 on the field and did so confidently. Bodenheimer says, come and catch me if you want to win. Ship It Red's closing to the outside of Euromantic. Then it's Mark the Moose, all left in the wake of a keen turn of speed by the impressive Bodenheimer, who is gone.
Bodenheimer's a very nice turf sprinter, and he showed his skills today. I talked to jockey Lindy Wade after the race, said he nearly broke out of the gate so fast he almost fell out of the stirrups. That is some power on the front end. Bodenheimer gets it done for Valerie Lund. A very formful result in the middle leg of that pick 5. With the prices on the front end, though, if you're alive, you're sitting on some good paydays. And now another difficult race. I've got my daughter Maddie out here. She's very curious about the outside too, but she wanted to see the horses in the flesh. And if you're with us here live at Canterbury, this is one of the advantages you have. Our betting pools have been jumbo size today. Right now across the country, we are front and center, and they're betting Canterbury. But if you're here, you get a better feel for how the horses are behaving in the heat. It is warm and steamy in Shakopee. Let's handicap together. Let's walk our way through this 5-horse field, and we'll start with number 1, Cannonball coming. Boy, that sounds like fun today on a nice warm summer day, doing a cannonball into a lake. That'd be awesome. Carlo Lopez for the Silva gang, 10 wins from 67 starts. So Cannonball coming knows how to win, but this is a race at 6.5 furlongs. So if you look when you watch out on the front side of the track, they're way back in the corner. They come out of the chute. That inside post can be a very tricky place to come out from and negotiate a trip. But I'll say this, the one looks quite good down here in the paddock, not extra sweaty, just good, honest energy from Cannonball coming. There is a lot of speed signed on in this race, and if you're a pace handicapper, you might fall in love with number 2, Stormin' Hong Kong. Stormin' Hong Kong is a patented closer who ambles out of the gate and bides his time, and we've talked about it for years. 6 furlongs, 5.5, 5 furlongs at this track always favor speed. But for some reason, at 6.5 furlongs, that extra football field can be a problem. Keep an eye on the 2. He's going to be flying from the back of the pack. He ran a huge race last time. He was catching Optimal Courage, one of the favorites here. Stride for stride late, only got beat by 1, and you get the Q, Alonso Quinones at 5-1. Number 3 is named Single Me Out. Jermaine Bridgeman looks for a second win on the card. Loves this distance. He's done well at 6.5, 3 for 4 in the money in his career. Has stalking speed, probably sits up there near the outside 2 markers and tries to pounce around that turn. What do we do with Optimal Courage? He has been a really good sprinter at distances like 5, 5.5, and 6, but he's yet to navigate the 6.5. Can he do it today? He's never been in better form. Back-to-back wins, up in class, lots of early speed, a very, very nice horse. 11 wins from 31 career starts, and he looks terrific. We'll see if he can navigate that extra distance in the end. I'm on Mr. Who, and over the years when I handicap these races, I love horses like this. Speed horses out of a route, shortening up in distance. He'll have good position. The distance won't bother him. I think Mr. Who and Double H are going to be ready to roll when they turn for home. We're not going to get rich at even money, but we'll try to survive in the pick 4 and pick 5. It's 6.5 furlongs. It's the salty starter optional allowance claimers. These are really, really nice racehorses. Get your bets in now. If the lines are too long, download that First Bet app. The penultimate race with fireworks just around the corner. The excitement's in the air. It's always a little more fun when you win. So good luck here in race 8 and the late daily double.
Beautifully done, Mr. Dykert. And now we have 8 minutes until the 8th. In the 8th race, scratch number 4, Tizona. No super as a result of that scratch. His barnmate is your current favorite, and that's the 6, Mr. Who at even money. Since we do have 8 minutes before the 8th, now's a good time to remind you of all the things coming up in the rest of the summer. We thank all of you for being here for the Quick Trip Fireworks Extravaganza coming up soon, but we've got a lot more, including concerts at the park. Killer Queen, Get the Let Out, Smash Mouth, Randy Houser, lots of acts still to go. And we've got stuff for the kids still to come too, including Extreme Race Day. It's a real zoo. You saw a couple of camels and ostriches on the track earlier, but the real thing is going to be here on Sunday, July 16th. We have our Pepsi Family Day activities like pony rides, crafts, face painting, and more on Extreme Race Day, Sunday, July 16th. But before that, we have unicorn and llama races. That's on the 9th. That's this upcoming Sunday. We have unicorns and lovable llamas returning to the track. That day, too, has regular Family Day activities. Getting back to the adult side of things, if you like wine, Uncorked is for you. Grab a passport and tour the park while sampling wine. That's happening next Saturday, July 8th. We have six sampling stations throughout Canterbury where you can try all kinds of different wines, enjoy live racing, and get your tickets at canterburypark.com. That's where you get the info on everything we just talked about, and it's a lot. Check out the website for all the details. 6 minutes now until race 8.
And they've reached the gate. It's now post time. Aw. Race 8. Good luck. 5 rearing. They're racing. The 5 off is 1. And speaking of 1, Cannonball coming. That 1 flies out of the gate on the inside. Cannonball coming, hooks up with Optimal Courage, who's looking to win 3 in a row. Then it's Mr. Who. And that trio is 8 lengths clear from Single Me Out. And the one in last is Storm in Hong Kong. And the one in first is Cannonball coming, leading it by a head. Badgered by Optimal Courage. Mr. Who bides his time in the clear, 1.5 from the front, and still about 5 away from Single Me Out. And Storm in Hong Kong whips them in off the far turn. Cannonball coming has been passed by 2 of them, Mr. Who and Optimal Courage, and they cut together. Single Me Out is tracking 7 out of it, and Storm in Hong Kong is running on from last. At the top of the stretch as they charge down the Canterbury Park stretch, Mr. Who trying to put away Optimal Courage, and Mr. Who strides away to take the lead by 1. Optimal Courage cuts it back to a half. After that, Single Me Out into the final football field. Mr. Who provides Harry Hernandez with a triple. Number 6, Mr. Who. First, 6.532 in race number 8. Clocked in 117.37. The 8th, official. The 9th race is our final live race. Then the fireworks. No scratches, no rider changes. Ladies and gentlemen, you are reminded after the 9th and final live race, you'll have about 1 hour to cash your tickets and or your vouchers if you are so inclined to do so today. Once again, after the 9th race, whatever winning tickets or vouchers you have, we ask that you please cash them by 10 or 10:15 in the evening. or bring them back next time you come to CBY. Into the winner's circle, Mr. Who, 3 victories today for Harry Hernandez. Mr. Who is owned by Kirk Sutherland and the winning trainer, Jose Silva Jr. And behold, Mr. Who. Racing, the 5 off is 1. And speaking of 1, Cannonball coming. That 1 flies out of the gate on the inside. Cannonball coming, hooks up with Optimal Courage, who's looking to win 3 in a row. Then it's Mr. Who. And that trio is 8 lengths clear from Single Me Out. And the one in last is Stormin' Hong Kong. And the one in first is Cannonball coming, leading it by a head. Badgered by Optimal Courage. Mr. Who bides his time in the clear, 1.5 from the front, and still about 5 away from Single Me Out. And Stormin' Hong Kong whips them in off the far turn. Cannonball coming has been passed by 2 of them, Mr. Who and Optimal Courage, and they cut together. Single Me Out is tracking 7 out of it, and Stormin' Hong Kong is running on from last. At the top of the stretch as they charge down the Canterbury Park stretch, Mr. Who trying to put away Optimal Courage, and Mr. Who strides away to take the lead by 1. Optimal Courage cuts it back to a half. After that, Single Me Out into the final football field. Mr. Who provides Harry Hernandez with a triple.
All right, Kevin Gorg in the press box with Angela Herman, and we are set to take you through the lucky last. If you're alive in the pick 4 or pick 5, some bountiful payoffs there, Ange. Really, I think to multiple horses here, overpaying. Once again, the takeout here, Canterbury, lowest in the industry, giving more money back to the customers.
Right, and in Esperado, the power play seems to be the big difference in those two sequences, even though he did take a lot of support throughout, went off at 9-2.
Yeah.
And a big contributor to what you see on the screen right now. But I thought this was, one of the most fun races that I've seen in a while. Just with the depth of competition, but really one of the toughest to get through. And it's taking, I guess, one of two stances, whether you think the inside two race away and make it into a match race, or whether they burn each other out and somebody comes to get them. How did you take on this one?
Well, first off, I agree with you. I think it's the most intriguing race of the day. It's the best race of the day, and from top to bottom, this is like a mini stakes race. And listen, we're all big fans of Pete Matson's horse Inside. Dr. Oscar is one of the coolest Minnesota breds we've seen here in recent years, and he's so talented. But I have never liked the inside post at 6.5 furlongs. And then when Minister of Soul draws the 2-hole, again, we always, play these races out when we're handicapping to try to figure out the pace scenario. If it plays out like it's supposed to on paper, they're going to be dueling, and it could be a problem in the last half furlong. If at any point the 1 or 2 is able to get some separation and get clear, the way this track's playing right now, you're not going to catch them. But when I handicapped the race, I thought they might be a little vulnerable. So I'm on the 4 and the 5, and those are the 2 I need for my pick 4. And I think there's a chance in the stretch that they can make some impact.
Right. Well, and another layer to the duel on the inside with Dr. Oscar and Minister of Soul are the riders. And the riders are both very inclined to getting horses involved in the early mix in races and using a horse's speed. They're both very familiar, that being Harry Hernandez, very familiar with Minister of Soul, and Alonso Quinones, very well versed in all things Dr. Oscar. And I don't think either one of them wants to blink. No one's going to look over at the other with their best on the lead kind of horse and say, go ahead, buddy. I just think that they're going to have to fight it out too much of the way. So I land on Central Park. You land on Holden Loop. Why?
Well, I just thought as I looked at the race, Holden Loop has the back class. Last time out in a grade 3 at Lone Star, never really had a chance, and it really probably a race he needed for a little fitness. And then I look at the numbers and look at how Robertino Diodoro's done. When he cuts back, he's done a nice job with that. He's good second time back, and I love the workout since that race. And I think he's got more natural speed than maybe he's shown on paper. Mm-hmm. Yes, he's a route horse. Yes, he's likely going to be off the pace. But like Central Park, I see some versatility here. I think he can stay a little closer. I'll say this. Both the 1 and 2 have come by on the screen here. And, listen, they are the 2 best horses on paper. It just doesn't always play out that way. So give me a little angle on Central Park here. What kind of trip are we going to get? I know you're really you dove in on this horse with your angle play of the day. It's a bold play. Give me some information on why you like the horse so much.
If I could get a trip like Mr. Who got in the last race,
yes,
that is what I'm looking for with Central Park. And that's kind of what Valenzuela's done in the last 2, where he gets the horse up close to the pace because he naturally is so quick and breaks so well, and then lets Central Park kind of relax a bit and get just a touch off. And he might be more than a touch off this duel. They're going to go so fast. I wouldn't be surprised if Central Park was a few lengths off, but I think that if he works his way into it, like Mr. Who did, he could be in that catbird seat at the top of the stretch. And I would love 6-1. But his 3rd race off the bench last year, I think, was his best effort, probably of the year, but at least up here. And maybe he can do it again. I hope he can do it at a price.
Now, if something crazy happens here, there is a horse to keep an eye on. If you're playing an exacta or a trifecta here, hear me out on number 3, Deflator. And, this is a horse that has 0 early speed, so probably up against it in most races sprinting on the Canterbury main track, a track where speed tends to dominate. But as you mentioned, the pace is going to be hot, and I think the 4 and 5 aren't going to be that far back. If they go crazy on the front end and everybody's kind of watching Dr. Oscar and Minister of Soul, Deflator's going to be 8, 10, 12 lengths back, and Kelsey Haar knows this horse. Speaking of a jockey that knows this horse, she's the regular rider, and she's going to lay back and try to loop him late. There is a scenario where this horse can win.
And that's fair. I don't know how far behind he's going to be. Look at that 5 furlong race that he won last year. He wasn't that far back, but they were slower fractions, I suppose, on a good track. I think that Deflator might keep himself in a good spot, and I think he'll probably be on the inside. Kelsey likes to stay on the rail, and Deflator's good with that. It was more the way that he came into this season compared to last season. If you look at those 22 races at Oaklawn Park, he came to Canterbury off a win. This year, it hasn't gone nearly the same way. Now, granted, he lost that condition, so there's tough races that he comes out of. But if I'm going to get the same sort of trip out of Deflator, out of Holden the Loot, and out of Central Park, I'm going to go with the latter.
Great race ahead, folks. Final race before the fireworks. Get in a good position. Hopefully you can cash here. If you're live in the pick 4 or pick 5, we wish you the absolute best. We're back next Saturday at 1 o'clock, next Saturday, 5 o'clock, next Sunday, 1 o'clock. But most importantly, tonight, enjoy the best fireworks in town. It's race number 9 for Paul Allen, Angela Herman, and Kevin Gorg, the Steam team. May all the rest of your bets be winners here at Canterbury. We'll see you back next weekend. Enjoy those fireworks, and happy 4th of July, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, for a final time today from the winner's circle, the best bugler in the country, Lynn Dykert. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Lynn Dykert and also the band Boogie Wonderland. They've been performing all night, super funky, and they will play up to the fireworks. Meanwhile, race number 9, they're heading onto the track. No scratches, 7 minutes to race time.
Five minutes. Don't get shut out. Bet more, win more. 3 minutes. Three minutes. Two minutes. Approaching the gate. One minute. Almost there. Get your bets in now. It's race time.
Here they come into the gate for race number 9. Dr. Oscar 3-2, Minister of Soul 3.5 to 1, Holden the Loot 2 to 1, and we have 2 left, Deflator and Citrus Bay. They're in the gate. Good luck. And they're racing in the 9th, the 3rd of July, 2023 CBY. Dr. Oscar's very fast, and the doctor bet down to 1 to 5, operating on the lead by 2. After that, Minister of Soul finding his feet to the inside of Central Park. After that, we have Holden the Loot about 4 lengths from the lead and to the inside of Citrus Bay. Deflator is 7 lengths rearmost, and they're chasing the doctor. Dr. Oscar leads it by 2. Minister of Soul could not keep up early. Here comes Holden the Loot with a sharp move to the inside at 5 to 1. Dr. Oscar, Holden the Loot wants to capture all the loot. After that, Minister of Soul, Deflator running on from 9 lengths out of it, and they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. The doctor continues to operate with precision, and Dr. Oscar has put their backs against the wall, and he is gone. Put a Q around the 9th. Dr. Oscar dominates. Number 1, Dr. Oscar ran first. 1-4-2 and a 4th place photo. Deflator 4th. And the 9th race is official. Now entering the winner's enclosure, Dr. Oscar and Alonzo Quinones. The Doctor is owned by Pete Matson and the winning trainer, Tim Padilla. Behold the Doctor. Good luck. And they're racing in the 9th, the 3rd of July, 2023 CBY. Dr. Oscar's very fast, and the Doctor bet down to 1-5, operating on the lead by 2. After that, Minister of Soul finding his feet to the inside of Central Park. After that, we have Hold in the Loot about 4 lengths from the lead, and to the inside of Citrus Bay. Deflator is 7 lengths rearmost, and they're chasing the Doctor Doctor. Dr. Oscar leads it by 2. Minister of Soul could not keep up early. Here comes Holden the Loot with a sharp move to the inside at 5-1. Dr. Oscar, Holden the Loot wants to capture all the loot. After that, Minister of Soul, Deflator running on from 9 lengths out of it, and they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. The Doctor continues to operate with precision, and Dr. Oscar has put their backs against the wall, and he is gone. Put a Q around the 9th. Dr. Oscar dominates. Number 1, Dr. Oscar.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are really excited to once again put on the best fireworks show in the state of Minnesota. That will happen within the next hour. There'll be great music. Get your favorite food and beverage and get ready for a big night of excitement. Now, the one thing we have to ensure with a crowd this large is safety for everybody. There is some weather out there. It's not right now looking like it's going to be any danger for us. With weather, you never know. It can change. We will make announcements if indeed some of that weather takes a turn and spends its time near Shakopee. If that is the case, because of the large volume of people and we want to keep everybody safe, we'll make an announcement and we'll ask you to move inside the building or inside the event center. Now, the event center is located out by the paddock where the horses are saddled at that main entrance by the parking lot. We ask when you make your move, if that announcement does come later, that you leave all your blankets and chairs in their spots for the safety of everybody involved and to create extra space for all the patrons here we're serving at Canterbury. Again, we're really excited about this night. It's one of our marquee nights here at Canterbury, the best fireworks show in town. We'll keep an eye on the weather. You just have fun with your family and friends and get set for awesome music and a really cool show. Thanks for coming out and being a part of the Canterbury Park racing season and being a part of July 3rd. We wish you a happy 4th of July. We'll keep you posted on the weather. Enjoy the night.